here. Do you know the name of your file is, by any chance?
Should be group 1, and that's the one right there.
Right here?
Yeah.
Set it up for you. Right there?
Yep.
Any video in your slides or just slides?
There's one slide that's got video. That one right there. Good.
All right. Fun.
All right.
Welcome.
Live 1, 1, 2, 3. Live 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Audio test for the captioners, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Audio level test for the captioners, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Please just let me know if they have received the audio, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is Princeton University. This is Code4Lib 2025 here in Friend 101. Excellent.
Wake up, you.
Hey everyone, Esme has power chords. I can't believe you're all just like leaving it up to me to decide when the conference starts. It's like power beyond my wildest dreams of avarice. I guess. What is lust for power? Do we have a word for that? That's because avarice is really like greed, right? So I don't know. Normally I would sing. I'm not going to sing. I don't want to get like a YouTube copyright strike. So also, my singing voice, only mezza. The people with tech stuff that needs to happen, are we all ready to go? Does someone know if like, yeah, oh, I see thumbs up from the booth. Thank you, booth. Okay, this is the part where the conference starts. Welcome to Code4Lib 2025, everyone. Yay! All right, the first thing I need to do is to thank everyone for joining us in the lovely city of Princeton again. And first order of business is I'm goofing on the script, I'm sorry. I would like to introduce Ann Jarvis, who is Princeton's Dean of Libraries, and Robert H. Taylor, 1930 University librarian. And then Ann's gonna talk for a while.
Good morning. Thank you. This conference gathers on the ancient homeland and traditional territory of the Lenape people. And I want to begin by paying respect to them and other indigenous peoples, past, present, and future, and their continuing presence in the homeland and throughout the Lenape diaspora. Welcome to Princeton. It's wonderful to see you all here, and Princeton University Library is delighted to host Code4Lib once again, recognizing the pivotal role technology plays in meeting our researchers' evolving needs. Like many of you, we're continuously enhancing our discovery platforms and expanding our digital library content. One of our current exciting initiatives, in collaboration with the university's Research Computing Department, is providing 100 petabytes of storage to over 1,200 campus researchers, supporting both the active use and long-term preservation of research data. But you know, this achievement would not be possible without our talented library IT colleagues, who are integral to many of our successes. Thank you, one and all, who are here from Princeton University Library. I'm really, really pleased that many of you have been able to come. We're also delighted to be able to share our libraries and other campus spaces with you today. We engage with researchers from around the globe. And you know, this library, I believe, is a vibrant hub of activity with a campus-wide presence through 9 library locations. I'd encourage you, if you get a chance, if you want to learn more about the library and our North Star statements, and you can find them at library.princeton.edu about. I'd also like to take this opportunity to highlight our current exhibition, which is up in the main Firestone Library. Any staff member here would point you in the right direction, but equally you can use your phone. So the current exhibition is entitled The Most Formidable Weapon Against Errors, the Sidlipidis 59 Collection and the Age of Reason. This exhibition, while also paying tribute to Sidlipidis' collecting achievements, he was class of 1959, but it also traces the emergence of Enlightenment ideas and their influence on politics, medicine, and society. It actually offers a powerful tool for understanding the concepts that have shaped modern American society. The exhibition is open until 6 p.m. and I hope you'll find a time to visit while you're here. Right, before the conference formally begins, I'd like to actually extend my heartfelt thanks to the many people who have made this conference possible. Kathy Azevedo and Jen Cummings, who are here from Concentra for their organizing efforts. I have no idea where they are, but I assume. Thank you. Princeton University Library staff, especially Esme Coles and Kate Lynch, who are our local organizers. Claire, the Council for Library and Information Resources, who are Code4Lib's financial hosts. And of course, the dozens of volunteers who have coordinated everything from workshops, scholarships, t-shirts, and social activities. Always very important. Okay, enough from me. Welcome everybody. Hope you have a great conference.
Thank you, Ann Jarvis, Princeton's Dean of Libraries, and Robert H. Taylor, 1930 University Librarian. All right, let's see. Okay, I got this cool new tablet. It's amazing. Everyone should get one. I did not think that like getting a silly tablet with a pen was like going to change my life, but I think I'm in love. And anyway, enough about me. All right, so we cannot make these conferences happen every year without our sponsors. A big thank you to the following organizations that helped to make it happen this year. Our gold sponsors are Blacklight and Princeton University for hosting and their generous sponsorship of the reception. Our silver sponsors are Developers for Diversity and MIT Libraries. Our bronze sponsors are For Science, Index Data, Johns Hopkins University Sheridan Libraries, Notch 8, Rockefeller Archive Center, and our contributors are iSchool at Illinois, the Pennsylvania State University, University Libraries, the University Library System, University of Pittsburgh. Okay, so to connect to Wi-Fi, if you've got EduRoam, you should already be connected. Go EduRoam. If you do not have EduRoam, you can register your device using the PU Visitor Network. You have to connect to PU Visitor, and then it's going to ask you to put in your email address, and then it's going to send you a password by email. So you'd better already have access to some kind of internet when you try to connect. So like, figure that puzzle out yourself. I think most of us have like supercomputers in our pockets, so it's probably fine, but just FYI. If you want detailed instructions, they are in Slack probably. I need a pop screen. Or the email that you got last week saying, no before you go. All right, I have many things to read. I apologize in advance for the hour that I'm going to be standing here reading off of this list. In-person presenters and question askers need to speak into the microphone to ensure that everyone, including speakers, attendees, live streamers, and live transcription service, can hear what is being said. We will have mic runners in the room for audience comments. And then Dre's microphone spiel goes here. All right, how do you talk into a microphone? You want it close to your mouth like it's a piece of food that you're about to eat. It's a candy bar, not an ice cream cone. Candy bar, not ice cream cone. Candy bar. All right, so point the mic at your mouth, point the mouth at the mic, and then everyone will be happy. Of course, if you get too close, it gets wacky. So depending on the microphone, you need to adjust how hungry you are for this particular delicious candy bar, okay? So anyway. All right, all Q&A for remote speakers will take place on the #Code4LibCon Slack channel. It would be helpful for people posting questions on Code4LibCon. I think we have a channel minder who will be referring questions. I don't really know the details. They just tell me to say this stuff. But it would be helpful if you put the word question at the front of your question, maybe make it bold using the text styling. That would be awesome. There are sign-up sheets for today's lightning talks and tomorrow's breakout sessions out in the lobby somewhere. It's not that big. You can probably find them, and if not, then the people at the desk will know where they are. Display this page and scroll to the appropriate section. Sorry, Ruth. I'm spoiling your talk. Let me see. What is that bit.ly? Oh my goodness. It's on my laptop somewhere. No, wait, it's here. No. All right. Oh, you know what? I can just type the URL because I have fingers. 2025.code4lib.org/og. I'm getting there. There's time built in for this, I hope. /conduct. Oh, this is the community service volunteer schedule. Okay, I probably should have read through this first and like put this up before, but I guess, you know, I'm gonna blame the time change. Okay, we have community support volunteers, or CSVs, not comma-separated values, to support and assist attendees. You can find their schedule and photos beneath the conduct and safety section on the website. They will all wear a black and white striped lanyard, so this part of their badges is a black and white stripe. Do we have any CSVs? There we go. In the back today, let's see, I'm supposed to say this anyway. So the community support volunteers this morning are Anne-Marie Mesco and Caleb Dervin until 11 a.m. on site. Then Sujung Herring and Thomas Dowling will serve from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. They will be located in that area as well in the afternoon. Online community support volunteers are Andrew Battolini on Slack until 11 a.m. and then Mike Giarlo, MJ Giarlo on Slack from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. I don't know what's happening after. I guess it'll be in the afternoon announcements for the afternoon people. Other than community support volunteers, lanyard colors and what they mean. Green means, hey, take a photograph of me, I don't care. Yellow means ask if you would like to take a photo of me. And red means don't take a photo of me and don't even ask to take a photo of me. I think that's that. And then black and white stripe means there's a community support volunteers, and those folks often will double lanyard to let you know both their photo preferences and their community support role. Do we have buttons this year? Did we get the buttons with the, I guess not. We used to have buttons that said, like, you can come talk to me, or I prefer social distancing, or I am trying to stay away from other humans as much as possible. But we don't seem to have those this year. I guess pandemic's over, everyone! Okay. I'm sorry. How are we doing on time? I'm supposed to vamp, if needed. 9:14, okay, I'm not gonna vamp. Okay, I will say one thing. This is the place where if I didn't have 1 minute left, I would talk about how to have fun at Code4Lib. And basically the way to have fun at Code4Lib is to like have fun and do stuff. For a room full of like absolute introverts, we are strangely social. So like find your people and then go do the social stuff with them. But there is one thing I want to highlight, and that is that we love newbies. Who here is a newbie? Everyone cheer for the newbies! Yay! All right, seriously, like if this is your first time at the conference, like your participation is welcome and encouraged, and we would love to see you doing whatever you want to do. Take a risk, take a chance. If I encourage you to do a lightning talk or coordinate a breakout session or do whatever. And also newcomer dinners are tonight, so if you haven't signed up for one, there might still be spaces for you newbies and also you oldbies. And yeah, okay. And moving on, I now get the absolute pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker. Oh my goodness, I've lost my place. Here we go. Our opening keynote is from Ruth Kitchin Tillman. Ruth Kitchin Tillman is the cataloging systems and linked data strategist at Penn State University Libraries. Her current research focuses on library systems and the people who use and maintain them. She has also written and presented on metadata encoding standards, library discovery, linked data, institutional repositories, and labor issues in libraries. She previously worked with institutional repositories as the data Digital Collections Librarian at the University of Notre Dame, as the Metadata Librarian in the library at NASA Goddard. Wow, I didn't know, that's awesome. Ruth holds an MLS from the University of Maryland. She maintains the EA Diva resource, which documents EAD 2002 and EAD 3 for non-technical audience. She is a former editor for Code4Lib journal and maintained the journal's website from 2015 to 2021. And not stated in this bio here is that she's also a licensed ham radio operator. Okay, and so without further ado, Ruth Kitchin Tillman, thank you. Yay! I'm sorry, Ruth.
That's all right. Gives me a sec to text.
Okay.
Is the streaming mic, okay, yeah, it's on. I hear myself. Cool. They gave me this for streaming, so.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you, Dre. All right, good morning, everyone. It is a real pleasure to be back at Code4Lib. My last Code4Lib was the 2020 Code4Lib, so it was a memorable one. I seem to come in memorable years. So as Dre said, I am Ruth Kitchin Tillman. I work at the Penn State Libraries. The Penn State Libraries are one library geographically dispersed on the traditional lands of the Erie, Haudenosaunee, Monongahela, Shawnee, Susquehannock, Wajaje, and, like here, the Lenape Nations. I also grew up on Lenape land just southwest of here. Our university is a land-grant institution, and I think this is a powerful example of what digital tools can do, because this represents everywhere that Penn State's funding came from. Our initial endowment was created through the sale of over 100 nations, tribes, and bands' lands, all west of the Missouri River, stretching to the Pacific Ocean. And I'd like to pay my respects to these many peoples, their knowledge and care for the lands and the creatures and the people, past, present, and future. So, Dre has already introduced me. I did get the ham radio thing on there. And today I'm going to focus on things I know from my work and my research. And I'm not, there's a temptation to say, oh, I should talk about everything that is happening right now, which I am not, but I do want to acknowledge that the context, it's been a hard few months. It has been a hard 5 years. It has been a hard 8 years. So a lot of us have been responding, heck, it's been hard since 2008. A lot of us have been responding to relentless, harmful, and unnecessary challenges on top of the many challenges of just doing our work, which is challenging. And it can be very draining. So I hope my talk will help you see places that you can and do make a difference, and even if it's not on a national and transformative scale. I'd like to share a little of my background, specifically the things that shaped my research and what I'm going to talk about today, so I promise it's relevant. I've been at Penn State for 7.5 years now. I work with our Blacklight catalog and the awesome team of developers, several of whom are here, who may actually maintain it. I work with our Summon Discovery service, and I do a good bit with the data behind it all, whether it's the batch updates or individual troubleshooting. I'm also a quilter, a ham radio operator, a Mastodon instance moderator, the partner of a high school teacher, and the caretaker of a small pollinator garden and a surprisingly small pit bull with surprisingly big anxiety. So, of course, there is obligatory dog picture. This is Blue. I'm young enough that there has always been a computer in my house and old enough for that to be a little unusual. But when I was a child, my father wrote software for gas chromatographs. And we always had a home office computer and a big pile of floppies and other mysterious and miscellaneous artifacts. And one of my earliest memories is actually pushing a big glowy button on one of these things because I was small and crawling on the floor, and he left his computer on the floor, which he learned, I learned. By the time I was in kindergarten, though, we had a family computer that I was allowed to use, and I do have one animation in this presentation, just as a heads up to folks, because I learned what operating system we were using, and it was OS2. And my dad gave me buttons that said things like, "Friends don't let friends use Windows," and OS2 warp. So our local library system had computerized in the early 90s. This is a much later screenshot, but it was Dynix. And by the time I was 10, my father had taught me how to use Telnet to access its catalog, to request books, to review what I had checked out, or renew things. And he also wrote a script that ran every Tuesday. It logged into the Telnet catalog as every single member of the family. It got a list of what we had checked out and the due dates. It then sorted by those due dates, figured out what was due in the next 7 days, and sent it to the printer, which honestly now to me feels like magic. Before we could go to the library after dinner, my sister and I would have to execute the program, take the list off the printer, hunt down all the library books due in the next 7 days, renew anything we couldn't find, and mark it off on a list and present it as a neat pile for parental review. Now, my father tried to teach me to program, and that didn't work. But I feel like this kind of experience as a child developed my sense of possibility, the sense that you can actually ask these problems and do these things. And that shaped who I became. So after some part-time positions in circulation and paging and a student job assisting a cataloger, I started working full-time in libraries as a serial specialist at the George Washington University Law Library. I was back in my early 20s. And being a serial specialist in those days meant digging yourself out from under an ever-growing pile of journal issues, court reporters, legal updates, everything that documents the ever-evolving nature of the law. And that is a very repetitive job. I did that job for 5.5 years. It's the kind of thing where you memorize and tap out keyboard shortcuts, you attempt to limit movements. I actually got a repetitive strain injury and had to get a roller mouse, so I kind of kept my hands here. And during that time, I went to library school at Maryland, but the most influential class I took was over at Catholic University of America. The teacher, Bruce Hulse, was the director of information services at the Washington Research Library Consortium. And to me, the most interesting part of that class was the many challenges that they described in stitching together data, because the Washington Research Library Consortium wasn't back then one of those ones that all run on the same system. They didn't all have ALMA. They were pulling data from one person's Millennium, another person's ALMA, a third person's Voyager, and they were trying to make all of that data work together for the consortium. In my first professional positions at NASA Goddard and Notre Dame, I worked in our Fedora and Samvera-based institutional repositories, which is sort of how I got started in Code4Lib. And I'd come in thinking I was going to make metadata, but I ended up becoming the person who ends up working with the developers to say, hey, how are we going to store? How are we going to update? How are we going to display? How are we going to reuse this metadata? And then my takeaway from library school and living through a Millennium to Sierra migration, kind of on the bleeding edge of that one, was that I never wanted to do systems work. So now I'm, of course, part of what I call our systems octopus, which is the many, many hands at Penn State who make our 25-year-old Circe Symphony installation work for our libraries. Gosh darn it. So my research set me up to be curious about our systems, how we interact with them, what we can do with them, and the data that they contain, but also about the impact that those systems have on the people who work in them, and where those of us who may have more influence in a situation can work to make things better. Last year, I conducted a large-scale research project, hearing from people about their experiences adapting to a new system post-migration. I asked people not just to rate how well they could still perform their work and overall how they felt about it, but to go into depth, to share follow-up responses or even interviews. And I received hundreds of responses to that survey. 267 of them I considered complete enough to be usable in analysis, and I interviewed a total of 37 people, thanks to a sabbatical, including some preliminary interviews that helped me shape the broader project. One of the big motivations for my research is that if you've been in libraries long enough, you have probably picked up a lot of ideas and stories about migrations over the years. Like, there are people at Penn State who still miss things from our catalog that we haven't had since '99. And a lot of writing during the initial period of automation when we were building these systems did ask questions about the people who would be using the systems, their experiences and reactions. But most of what's been written since then is more in the line of project reports, specific to individual libraries and system-to-system migrations. They share lessons learned, technical tips, project outcomes. That stuff is really useful for someone like me. But the challenges workers faced and how they adapted Sometimes they're included, or they can be read between the lines, but they're not the primary focus, and there isn't a cross-institutional analysis of them. And what I wanted to know is, what can we do better? What, if anything, are our shared understandings about migrations missing? How are people supporting their coworkers in these? And what is working? So what I'm going to focus on today is the things that I think are most relevant to those of us who play what are often supporting technical roles. Few, if any of you, are designing Alma or Folio. We may be collaborating, but we are the people who configure, adapt, support, and reuse these systems. We're the ones who extract data and put in tickets and act as point people for troubleshooting. And I do hope it will also be relevant, because I know that's not everyone here, to those of you who do tech and development work in your library, as you think about the people who will be using your systems. So one of the awesome things about Code4Lib is the vast breadth of experience people bring to it. So I'm not going to presume that you are totally familiar with the integrated library system, the ILS, or its modern incarnation, the Library Services Platform, the LSP. Libraries are built on a collection of shared standardized practices. Most of these are oriented toward the organization and control of our materials. So I only had to learn circulation or cataloging fundamentals once. Every library has its variations in implementation, but our practices are so similar, actually, that my hometown public library, NASA Goddard, and Penn State, which are all three very different kinds of library, all use Circe Symphony. That system is haunting me. And if you go far enough back, these practices were disjointed within each library. If you wanted to tell how often a book had circulated, you'd need to go to the shelf and check the individual item. And if you wanted to figure out whether an item was checked out or missing, you'd probably just have to see if it was missed on consecutive shelf reads. We had the cards for the items that were checked out, but those were organized in a way to support circulation work. So they are just sorted by date due. And good luck if you work somewhere like Penn State with millions of volumes. You're not going to find it. So not only did library automation, the process of doing library work on a computer in a shared database environment, make some of this work easier. You could check out an item with a simple scanning action. But it brought the possibility of integrating that data across the library, which was very exciting at the time. You could run a report to get circulation counts versus hand tallying them. A patron could search the catalog, find an item, learn whether it was on the shelf, and then grab it or put it on hold. And as library work continues to evolve, so do the systems that support it. Library technologists develop new tools to support a function, like Iliad for interlibrary loan or Coral for electronic resource management, and I'm aware those are kind of early 90s ones. And at first, they may be used entirely alongside the existing systems. But then these integrations iterate, and our systems incorporate standardized protocols for exchanging data with these tools. New generations incorporate them in as modules. And then there's something which is important to what I'm going to talk about today, which are what I call scaffolding technologies. So this isn't scaffolding as part of the construction process, but it's the kind of scaffolding that gets applied to a building after it's up. Scaffolds aren't generally pretty. They can be a little rickety, but they are very functional at providing people with access to the places that the building isn't designed to let people access. Sometimes they might be like in that title slide with mural painters who are using a scaffold to reach the upper edge of the wall. But sometimes they can provide critical resource to something like a room that the developers just didn't put in a door to. In some libraries, scaffolding technologies will stay up for the life of a system, or some will, and in others they get pulled down as the systems themselves catch up. One of the most thorough and specific scaffoldings I can think of is Gary Strawn's suite of Voyager add-ons, if anyone's familiar with those. These modules, they significantly extended Voyager's functionality for technical services workers, and especially for catalogers. Or, oops, there is MARC Edit. Sorry, I'm like flip page versus move slide. It's a little too much coordination. MARC Edit is often used to fill in system gaps around working with records in bulk. Like, we didn't have really good tools for doing that until pretty recently, and even then sometimes it's just easier to pull it out, do it in MARC Edit, and put it back. More recently, we've seen things like the library data platform, the LDP MetaDB project from the Folio community, which filled a significant reporting and analysis gap in the Folio project, because when it launched, it couldn't do reporting, and some of you know that was kind of a big gap. But for every tool like those, there are hundreds of little scripts, Perl scripts, DLLs, now Python scripts, API calls, or plugins specific to an institution. And they're a bit like that program that my dad wrote to generate a list of our library checkouts. They are specific to the tools and contexts that they were written for, and they are very useful to that specific niche audience. They might run transformations that are necessary to load a vendor's really gnarly MARC records or check if a particular call number has been assigned. These do sometimes get shared with others, like Gary Strawn's entire suite, maybe informally through listservs or user group presentations, or something more formal now, like Alma has a plugin repository. And sometimes they even evolve into their own system. One interviewee told me that when they were using Voyager, we actually accumulated a fairly intensive system, which was a user interface we built over a heck of a lot of Perl scripts. And when I was newer to the field, I thought these scaffolds were always about deficiencies in the system, like the LDP project is. But some are, and I realized others are acting more, you could think of them as a translation layer between a generalized system that was built to support generalized shared practices and the specific practices and needs of each library's workers. So whether a system has been in place for 25 years or 25 days, there will always be a need for some local modifications to make it useful for our operational coworkers. And the last piece of setup I'm doing is to think about the experience of our operational coworkers, because I use public domain photos, so it goes back a ways. I would guess most of us in this room, though, are not operational workers within these systems. And I would define that as people who are operating the library system, like a plant worker might operate a machine. That often means bounded tasks, checking in and out items, purchasing materials, editing catalog or item records, and so forth. And out of curiosity, are there folks here who would describe themselves as operational workers? No? Woo! And how many of us have done that kind of work in the past? All right, yeah. So I think it's important to note, because the operational experience of a system is fundamentally different from project or development work, which is what most of us do, or something even to which most of us have gravitated after doing operational work. The closest many of us come to it is in our own tools: Excel, VS Code, Git, GitHub, Docker, Kubernetes. Is there a bingo card this year? Because I'm trying to help. But we have a little more freedom to experiment and tinker with these tools. You know, we could say, Excel keeps messing up my dates. I'm going to try LibreOffice or Google Sheets. We can swap out Kubernetes for whatever happens if you Google Kubernetes alternatives. I don't know. And even if our own transitions aren't immediate or seamless, or they involve some experimentation, an operational worker simply cannot stand up Sierra for themselves and their department because it supported their particular tasks in a way that Alma doesn't. And I haven't been an operational worker for almost 10 years now, but the serials work I did at GW Law was very much one of those operational roles. And I try to maintain my memories of that work as I listen to my operational coworkers, because I know that their lived experience may be important than what I know or things I pick up, because it doesn't matter if something's current design best practice if the implementation is making everyone who uses it miserable. So during my interviews, I had a number of conversations like this with operational workers. The interviewee says, Folio requires a lot more clicking than it's good to have. I remember one time, I was just adding a copy to a lot of records during a period of a week. So I wasn't actually bringing in any records. I was just adding a copy to. The amount of clicking I had to do made my wrist tired. In Sierra, you could just hit like enter, 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 or tab, 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 and you'd be done. But in Folio, there's so many little granular things you have to go through that it wouldn't work to just keep hitting tab. You'd be hitting tab like 100 times. So you have to go and click and find it on the page and move your mouse all around, and it's a nightmare. Ruth. So it's not set up well for keyboard shortcuts. Interviewee, no, not at all. And that's something the people in acquisitions have complained about because they have to transfer, something from one location to the next location. And they've got, 100 books to transfer. And it's just, it's really hard to click all around so much. Or I think of another interview in which a person described how poorly known item search was working in Alma's back end. Newer staff expected that searching for something by title might require scrolling down or filtering, but she and other longtime staff knew that you used to be able to select a title index browse, and I don't configure Alma, so maybe it's got this somewhere, but you could type the first few words, and you'd get to the record right away. It's not, she explained, that she can't use title keyword, but it used to just work. And that matters because, to quote Annie Dillard, how we spend our days is how we spend our lives, and our operational coworkers in particular spend the days doing repeatedly the same tasks in the system that they're given without the same kind of buy-in that many of us that have in this room have to change those tools. So now I've set up a system that continually integrates to reflect evolving practice and is often constructed in covered in locally constructed scaffolding to support its operational use. And for these operational roles, the design of the system and its suitability for these concrete and repeated tasks can make an enormous difference in how one spends one's days. So when I set out to research morale and system migrations, I was particularly interested in how operational workers recovered or didn't after a period of initial shock and change, because every transition is hard. As I mentioned before, I had 267 complete survey responses and conducted 37 interviews with people who wanted to speak in greater depth. I'm going to walk us on a journey from where I think the data reflects things that we will all find obvious to some new ideas and things I hope you'll think are useful as you think about your work. The numbers that I'm going to share here are drawn from the survey itself, but the interviews really enhanced my interpretation alongside the actual content of the free text fields. And for the interviewees, I also had their copy of the survey. So I'm going to start with the set of people who reported morale changes related to this migration or to their migration or overall morale stability. I got a really nice statistical distribution, y'all. It was great. 54 people reported that their morale had improved because of the migration. They attributed that change to the migration. 94 people reported it's about the same. And 57 people reported worsened morale related to the migration. You might be like, that's not 267 people. I know. There was an even more beautiful, 26 and 29 people said, my morale is better and worse, but completely related to other things, pandemic, leadership turnover, other issues in their own lives. So I'm going to work from this group of people. And when I was coding the data, I created a lot of paired codes because people had a lot of, this is good, this is bad, or things like that. So I created, and sometimes a person might be coded, I want us to say, a person might be coded in both because they might say, I really love running normalization updates on record sets in Alma. If you're an Alma person, you might know what that means. And they might also say, but for the life of me, I can't do this other thing. So nearly 3/4 of the people who reported better morale related to the migration mentioned something in the free text fields about that tooling and something positive. That wasn't surprising, but I found it interesting that only 56% of those with worse related morale said something negative about the system's tooling. And 35% of them shared at least one thing they liked, which those numbers are much closer together, you'll see, than the numbers on this side where only 12 people, so 22% of the people said something negative as well about the system. Now I tried writing these out as numbers. That doesn't work at all to say aloud. You just get number soup. So I'm going to summarize what's on this slide. People with better related morale generally felt strongly positive about changes to their workflow, and most or all of the issues that they experienced in the first 6 months were gone by the 18-month mark. And those with worse morale were actually an almost perfect inverse. They felt strongly negative about their changes to workflows, and were still experiencing most or many of the same issues that they had at the first 6 months. So looking at people whose morale remained about the same, their work also changed a good bit, and they felt overall positive. You see 2 sets of positive and 1 mixed up there about it. And only 2 of the respondents in the group felt strongly negative, so they didn't even make it into these big percents because of the amount I could fit on the slide. Based on free text, a lot of things that people found when they were still having problems were smaller issues related to the system, not big picture blockers to their work. So these aren't terribly surprising when a system is not working for people or they feel like key features are missing and it's not getting better. We can expect that their morale will be about worse. Now, in the coded data, though, there was something really interesting that jumped out at me, and I hope the bolding is kind of showing up there, but everyone reported learning curves. So having a learning curve itself wasn't indicative of where you'll end up. But what I found really interesting was the relative frequency with which each group mentioned it. So if you recall, like better and worse, about the exact same number of people. And these are the top coded factors by group with positive and negative thoughts about the system removed. So people with better morale or similar morale were much more likely to mention learning curves than those with worsened morale were. And in addition to their negative and positive thoughts about system tooling, those with worsened morale brought up disempowerment, browser issues, and lack of management or administrative support more often than they did a learning curve. And to put that in full context, it falls about 6th in the most mentioned subjects, just ahead of data migration issues, which were interesting because everybody had them. Didn't seem to be a huge blocker. So from reading the text of the surveys and from interviews, I began to see this as a question of resolution and the things that get in the way of a resolution. It's not that the person hasn't learned to function in the system because they are still going to work and they are doing their job as best they can. But they don't see it as a thing that they can describe as a learning curve. I started here, I'm now here, and there was a curve in between. Instead, people have learned to function in the system, but that functioning is often shaped by feelings of disempowerment, whether by the system itself or local changes, by recurring browser issues when using the system, and/or by a lack of support from management and colleagues. They may have started by thinking about it as a learning curve, but if so, they, especially people I talked to in the interviews as well, the ones with worse morale, seem to have abandoned that model. They will learn how to use the system, despite what's thrown at them, but they'll learn that many of their major tasks are harder. They will learn it takes more time to complete an operation because of page loads and things like that. Then they will learn that they cannot do this operation in, as one person told me, can't do it in fewer than 8 clicks. I've tried every way I can to figure it out. And they'll carry all of that. So what can we, the broad swath of people that come to Code4Lib, do? Well, first, for those of you who are actually building the systems, it's a few of you, it is absolutely vital to account for what operational use looks like for you. Not just how easily a task can be done once, but how well it repeats 5 or 50 times in short order. Not just whether it can be performed, like that title search, but whether there's a significant degradation in the experience, the title browse to title search with scrolling, faceting, and otherwise doing things. How many more steps did you add? And to get the pessimism up front out here, most of us in here are not building this particular kind of system anyway. We don't control them. They are done by vendors, and at best, we collaborate with them. There will be some people in our libraries who we can't help because the only fix would be a new UI that fully accounts for the tasks they do. Unless you're really ambitious in using some of these APIs. Like, if you do that, call me. But these experiences do need to be seen alongside the many positive things we can do to support our colleagues, because there are a lot of positive things we can do. Throughout the surveys and interviews, what I also heard about were interventions by community and coworkers that picked people up after their morale had plummeted. They may not make it all the way over into, I love the new system, but they felt more comfortable. Some still even hated the system, but they didn't feel entirely powerless in it anymore. Their morale wasn't perhaps on the worst side. The story wasn't, I started here, I'm up here, there's a curve in the middle, but it also wasn't the other one that I heard, which is, I figured out how to use it as best I can, but I am totally miserable. It was, I ran into these problems, but here are a few things that my coworker did to make it less awful. Part of their journey was smoother, even if the path wasn't that traditional learning curve. And a lot of what I had coded as lack of management support was sort of an implied or stated message from administration or middle management that it is what it is, live with it. The assumption that the struggles to adapt were perhaps the workers' fault and not problems in the system. And in that context, it's really reasonable for people to become discouraged or demoralized when things aren't working well, and they have no reason to believe that they'll improve. So when we make even a few things easier or find a way to change a person's experience in the system, we foster a sense of possibility. And in that case, it's a sense that this isn't how it'll always have to be. I talked earlier about scaffolding, and even addressing one small but annoying task can make an enormous difference. For example, 2 catalogers using Alma and Folio told me about separate local workarounds at their libraries that have made it easier or even possible to check whether a call number was in use before assigning it. And for them, this was the difference between being able to catalog a book and having a pile of books that they'd had at their desk that weren't quite ready to go to the shelf because they didn't know where to tell people to put them. Someone else who found Folio very frustrating told me, LDP saved our butts. For them, it meant that they could competently assess their collection, meeting internal and external needs, and it gave them a sense of empowerment in what they found otherwise as kind of a disempowering situation. And I think fostering a sense of possibility, it doesn't require you to be a tech genius or someone who's going to write the scripts, as much as someone who continues to pay attention to the challenges your coworkers are experiencing and doesn't write them off as the way things are. For example, in the administration at that library where LDP came in and saved their butts listened to us and said, this is a problem. We can't do this. This is missing. So the workers identified the tasks they couldn't do. They suggested LDP as a tool. Not only did the administrators acquire it, but they actually spent time saying, what else do you need to be able to use this? So they got them the kind of courses and training that they needed to actually query in the new system. And at a smaller scale, this could look like taking on the challenge of documenting issues for people, recording what kinds of problems workers are having, writing and chasing tickets, and communicating it inside and outside of the library, using your tech skills and your comparative comfort with it to act as a translator for someone who might not be able to express anything beyond, this isn't working for me. One of the many people who told me about this kind of coworker said that their systems librarian continued to maintain a list of reported problems years after the migration. They would check in with the interviewee to see if an update or something they'd learned at a conference maybe could fix the issue. And even as the interviewee continued to experience frustration in the system, they knew they weren't forgotten, and there continued to be a possibility that things would be fixed. And this, in turn, meant that they reported issues that they were experiencing, which gave the systems person a chance to solve them, which in my interviews with systems workers, a few of them said, it's hard because people won't tell me the problem because the last person wouldn't even look at it. So those relationships can also develop and maintain a sense of possibility, again, sharing your knowledge that, hey, there are ways that we can take to address this, even when the answer isn't, yes, we can fix this every time. Another role we can play is ensuring that others are included in work on the solution, whatever that looks like. And sometimes it even means suggesting that someone who's a little less technical may take a role in a local, consortial, or external user group related to the problem. And then perhaps being available as someone they can check in with if this is their first time. Because as we welcome first-timers here, but, first time coming into a big community where everybody else seems to know the rules and the in-jokes and everything, it can be overwhelming. One conversation that particularly struck with me on the positive impacts that collaboration and working toward the possibility of something better can have is after describing things that they and others in their consortia still couldn't do in Folio. An interviewee said, it's ironic, like you think all the extra workarounds and the fact that we still don't have workarounds for some things would lead to low morale, but I really love how we work together on it. And that person who held the kind of staff position that rarely gets sent to conferences found it empowering to be a member of a Folio special interest group for their areas of work. I'm part of a wider group of people, they said, naming institutions and countries from which other SIG members came. I've definitely gotten a lot of skills I wouldn't have otherwise. Another interviewee asked about their experience on a consortial committee reflected, even though we sometimes complain about the system, we've also bonded a lot. The complexity of ALMA requires a lot more collaboration and cooperation among different departments and among people in similar roles at different consortial institutions. And for them, even after the migration concluded, they appreciated those ongoing relationships with coworkers because they didn't have to solve problems on their own. They could work together with people to solve problems when they came up. So I think there are many reasons that people get stuck in a place where they feel like things are not going to get better. And there are just as many ways that we can open up new possibilities for each other, just like encountering those scripts that my father wrote, which he had a whole grocery shopping one, that's a whole long story, but opened up a whole new world of possibilities for me as a child, the idea that you could work with this kind of thing. And so embrace the possibility and share it where you can. If you're not someone who can write a system, write or reuse a script. It doesn't have to be elegant if it works for your context. If you can't write a script, but you feel an above average comfort with technology, act as a translator for someone who doesn't and can't describe to a developer what's going wrong. Help them present their problems in a way that gets an answer. And if you see a way that the person you're supporting might get involved in improving the tool, suggest it, and then be there alongside them while they adjust to that new context of working. This work is rarely a matter of grand gestures or new tools, but instead of 100 tiny acts, stacking up over months and years, making workdays better in small ways for our community. Because how we spend our days is, after all, how we spend our lives. And as I was writing this conclusion, I actually felt echoes to our current moment, or perhaps the current moment reflected itself into the entirety of the talk, because we're not the people building the library systems unless we are. And we're not the people running the country unless we are. But we are the people who are building small parts of the environment in which those around us live every day. So if we're not building the systems, can we build scaffolds to get people to things that they need? Maybe things that they've been shut out of or things that no one thought to get them to. We may not make something as useful as a MARC edit or an LDP, but maybe we can work together on the mutual aid equivalent of some small Perl scripts of care. What if we took steps where we could, so, as one interviewee told me, we didn't let anyone slip through the cracks? Thank you.
I think we have time for like 2 questions, maybe, depending on what the clock says. Anyone have questions for Ruth?
Hi, thank you for your presentation. My name is Vera. I work at New York Public Library. We have been trying to get our research librarians to use our new research catalog, and they are obsessed with the old research catalog, and we're dealing with, morale issues too. And I'm curious if you have any data from your research on like the kinds of people that were reporting high and low morale. Like, are they older? Are they younger? Are they newer? Are they in specific divisions? Curious about that.
Yeah, so that's actually, there's an interesting one because I got fairly null results across a lot of it. I think there were a certain number of younger people who partly had an easier time adjusting because they hadn't used it as long, as one person said, "Who's the newbie now?" That was basically actually a quote from a free text field, which I appreciated the spirit. But yeah, I think that it is hard when folks are used to doing a path to that. And I will say, like, sometimes, at Penn State, we built a blacklight catalog because discovery systems really don't work well for certain kinds of searching. And so I think it's tricky. But yeah, in terms of the demographics, the only thing I found is that Sierra people are less happy after they've migrated, and Voyager people are more happy.
Hi, Emily from Cornell. I'm wondering if your research touched at all upon morale amongst people who actually work on the systems and developers and whatnot, because I appreciate everything that you have brought up in this, but I'm also thinking about like the limited staffing and capacity within departments that are trying to support these systems or build that scaffolding. Like it's its own set of problems, but I'm curious to know how you think about fostering that sense of possibility amongst those group of workers.
Yeah, so I think that's a really good question. I did talk to a few people who did this, and definitely, like, we talked about burnout, we talked about 3 a.m. stuff, we talked about, or waking up early thinking about the system and what you're going to work on that day. I also talked in a previous set of research to people who maintain systems sort of about the invisibility of that work, which I think is really challenging. So I wish I had more specific concrete things except for the again, doing it in community. And I think people on that side did sometimes report like real, truly celebrating. And then if you're a person who can celebrate someone else in your work, what happens when those issues are solved, when even a small issue is solved. I think valuing those small things. That was a thing that came up too in my interviews with system maintainers back in 2020 was the lack of recognition unless something went wrong. And that as a challenge. So I think really focusing on the smaller things. I had some thoughts about that in an article I wrote about that for College of Research Libraries. But I wish I had more of that, I think. But I think if we value some of the things that I've brought today, I hope amongst each other, amongst ourselves, not just seeing it as I have to fix everything, but understanding that you fix a few things and you have actually made a difference for people. And I do hope that that's a thing you can take away with you. Matt, how are we on time?
One more question.
One more? Okay, we have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. My name is Will. I'm from Yale. And one thing I want to know that maybe you've learned throughout your own experience also, just through the survey, it appears that like the whole idea of like scaffolding seems like it's like a living thing. It's never going to stop. And I think part of what I've observed is that because of like different local practices with like different institutions, it's always going to be a thing. And I'm wondering, part of the frustration that might come from all of the things that we do to help our colleagues, use tools and make it easy for them, is that maybe we have an ideal of what a scaffolding, like an ideal scaffolding should look like. And I'm wondering if you found any pattern about what, like accepting that migrations are always going to be a thing, and then how like the mental model of like how it should look like to sort of, you're not gonna please everybody, but it's like, well, what are some of the values or patterns that converge on, and then which different institutions can learn from, and then also like contribute to us. Yeah, I don't know if like it makes sense, but
I think that would be an interesting area for like ongoing study, because what I had is very ad hoc. People telling me about a specific, like they do this specific work and they use this specific like thing that their coworker did for them or intervention that their coworker made. But I see it, we're at time. But no, I think in terms of as we prioritize building these, I think prioritizing the people who have the big blocks versus the nice to haves is sort of where some of those interventions can come in. But no, I do think that would be a cool area for future research, is like how are people adapting these systems and how might they share them more? Because I did actually end up I started by the time I was done interviews being like, okay, so now that we're done talking, here's something I heard from another folio institution about how they're fixing this. And like, I do think we have methods for swapping this sort of info, but I think we could also use more robust things to maybe bring it together better. And like I said on the slide, I also, I'm carrying all of that stuff in my backpack along with like Tums. So like, I brought it for me, but it's also for you guys.
All right, thanks very much, Ruth. Quick announcements before we break for our first break. I'm using the microphone. I'm walking there to the microphone. All right. So first thing to know, so we'll have group one talks after break. I think I realized I was standing too close last time. This is maybe better? Yeah? Okay. This is better? Okay. If you're in Group 1 talks, you may have noticed Ruth was using paper notes. There is no heads up on the what's it. So if you were relying on presenter notes, you have 15 minutes to come up with a backup plan. I think that's really the only note I had. The discourse on Slack was that, who am I? I'm Dre, I'm just some guy. I've been to the conference a lot. And that's it. We'll come back in approximately 13 minutes for our first block of talks. So I'll see you back here in a few minutes. Go get some coffee.
are you, oh no, okay. Who's the one that's leading this session?
I guess I'm leading it.
Or like moderating, whatever.
Moderating?
Yeah.
Yes, I guess that would be me.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm just Diane Lopez, the UTSA one. I think we were like the third one.
Oh, okay. Diane Lopez. Yeah. UTSA Libraries?
Yes.
All right.
Double check the file and the video.
Did you already?
Yes.
What video?
The embedded video that you stuck in the PowerPoint.
I thought we didn't take that.
No, that was for the accessibility. But it is in there.
Oh, it's in there. Okay, perfect.
Hey, guess what? It's that time. Everyone get real quiet so the people outside the room know it's time to come in. And they'll hear it being quiet, and they'll be like, it's quiet. Stuff's happening. In the past, we used to have book giveaways. And the book giveaway, wow, I said book giveaways and everyone shut up. In the past, you used to have book giveaways and you had to be in the room to, I don't know what happened to that. I think it's just harder to get people to give away books. But anyway, I will start reading my spiel, and if you're not here, then you missed my spiel, and too bad. All right. And the other fun part about this is, despite the extensive pre-lunch announcements, there is actually no slack in the schedule. So, hey, all right, if you're giving a talk this afternoon, please come up to the podium during lunch to load your talk and check out the setup. Also now, maybe not right this second because we're about to have talks, but very shortly is a great time to sign up for a lightning talk or suggest a breakout session on the flip charts in the library. The lightning talk sheet is up. It's on like the weird round pillar by the blocked off exit near the registration table. Sign up for a lightning talk. Lightning talks are awesome. They're only 5 minutes. You can only embarrass a 5-minute chunk of your life. It'll be great. All right. Oh wait, no, that's the pre-lunch announcements. I don't know why I'm saying that. All right. So I have just wasted 2 minutes of everyone's time. Now, in real life, back on Dre reading the thing in the right order, it is time for us to have our first block of talks. And our first presenter will be Monique Rio. And the topic is, if I can read on this little screen, LC subject heading remapping, making good on good intentions. Monique, where is Monique? Is she here? Oh, there you are. All right, this is a 20-minute talk. All right, well, you got 20. All right, thank you.
Great. Where's the keyboard? Let me make sure I know. Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. My name is Monique Rio. I am a senior software developer at University of Michigan Library. And today, I'm going to be talking to you about our Library of Congress subject heading remapping project. So, a little bit about me and why I'm giving this talk. I am a certified ALMA administrator. I do that scaffolding work that was talked about in the first talk. I inherited a bunch of Perl scripts. So, being an ALMA administrator means I have full access to ALMA. Can do everything you need to do in there. I am a member of the Library Search team. Library Search is our in-house discovery system, meaning we are not using Primo, we're not even using Blacklight. It has a solar search engine that is powering all of our catalog search. And I'm also a member of the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility Cataloging Working Group. Okay, so here's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about how we first remediated some Library of Congress subject headings, how we improved that initial remediation, and then how we were able to do this improvement work in the first place. So, some background. Michigan Library has a DEIA cataloging working group. Its job is to evaluate descriptive metadata that we can change, determine if it meets the values of our institution, and when it doesn't, we change it. Library of Congress subject headings are a kind of descriptive metadata. It is changeable and sometimes does not meet the values of our institution. And a number of years ago, the working group decided to change illegal aliens to undocumented immigrants. I'm not going to get into why we made that change, but there's a lot of information about it out there. There's a whole documentary, which I linked to in the last slide. But it was, for the most part, among librarians, an uncontroversial change. So how do we do it? We did it with MARC. Here is an excerpt of a local authority record. The 150 shows the term that we want, and the list of 450s are all of the ones that we would like to have changed into the 150. I've highlighted in particular one of the 450s. It's aliens, A, X, legal status laws, etc. And what this means is when you see the combination of those two subfields, they would get changed into undocumented immigrants. So if we had a subject that was like A, aliens, X, legal status laws, etc., Z, Michigan, that would get changed into A, undocumented immigrants, Z, Michigan. So you can do combinations of subfields into different combinations of subfields, which is pretty cool. Okay, so we did it. We applied it to all of our records. Every Michigan catalog record has the preferred subjects, does not have the ones we don't want anymore. It's a thorough method. We can do combinations of subfields into other combinations of subfields. Both catalogers and patrons see the preferred subject heading. So catalogers see it because we've affected all of the MARC records, and patrons see it because we export those MARC records into our search engine, so they're going to see the new ones. And ALMA is our one source of truth, which is so good because catalogers are making this decision. So they have the power to change it. Developers don't really need to know about this. But why am I giving this talk then? Well, turns out legal aliens is still in our user interface, and we've only got 222 records. Isn't that weird? We have a lot more on this topic. What happened? Well, I'll give a hint for people that are using ALMA. The record on the right is an electronic record. So the problem is that there's a bunch of records that Michigan doesn't control that are in our library search. Some of them are from the ALMA community zone. Those are shared MARC records among ALMA institutions so that we don't all have to be responsible for electronic records. And the other source is from HathiTrust records. We show in our catalog all public domain HathiTrust records, even if we don't physically own the copy. And so those records come from HathiTrust. We obviously don't control those. HathiTrust doesn't even control those. The institutions who submit the metadata are in control of those. So another problem is that this is a catalog record page for a remediated record. And you see we have two categories. We have LCSH, the default, with some extra browse and subject list functionality, and then the other ones. And those top three used to be LCSH subject headings. They used to have this extra functionality. And now they've been relegated, literally othered, put in this other category. They're supposed to be improved. Why have they been demoted? So what do? Well, we have our own discovery system. So we have the power to change some things here. So here's a diagram of library search. I'll walk you through it. We start on the left with ALMA and HathiTrust, where it's the source of our MARC records. They get put into the indexer, which transforms those records into documents. And documents are like, I don't know, something that the search engine can read. Our search engine is Solar. I will be talking about Solar because it's one syllable. So in a document, it contains a lot of the things that are in a MARC record. And an example is like the division of the subjects into Library of Congress subjects and other subjects. That's a thing that lives in the Solar document, and it's derived from the MARC records. And then library search, when it's looking for catalog records, asks the search engine for documents. So we have control over this indexing step. If we can divide subjects into two groups, we can divide them into three. So that's where we have the power to make some changes here. So one way you can do this is with a one-to-one list. So you have subfield I don't like on the left, subfield I do like on the right. And with a one-to-one list, you can enable like searching on both terms and only pulling up the one you want. You can achieve having only the remediated subjects in the user interface. And most institutions that are doing this remediation work, as far as I can tell, are doing it this way. They have a single key value list. But there are problems with the one-to-one list. It can't do complex conversions like aliens, illegal status laws, et cetera, to undocumented immigrants. It wouldn't get found because we don't want to change every aliens. We just want those combination of subjects, or combination of subfields. And the other thing is, since we're doing it with local authority records, this would have to be maintained in addition to the local authority records. We can't derive it from the local authority records. And so then we would have two sources of truth, which is really bad if you want something to continue to work. So our solution was to essentially apply the local authority records at index time, more or less. So we're going to get into it here. These are the literal fields in our Solar document. I'm going to describe them all in the next slides, so I'm not going to spend time here. The first one is topic. Topic is just for searching. We don't show this in the user interface. If you type something into the input, and it will bring up the document. So we can have illegal aliens in here, and it will pull up stuff for undocumented immigrants. Topic string is used for facets. So you only want to have the remediated fields in here. And then the other three are part of the catalog record page. So we have LC subject display at the top, remediated LC subject display gets turned into subjects local, and then subjects non-LC subject display. And you notice now the former LC subject headings have been elevated out of other and have the full browse and subject list functionality. So this is great. We decided not to put them in LCSH because they aren't LCSH, and so didn't want to confuse people. Okay, so then what do? We get the mapping from ALMA. We pull the local authority records using the API, and then we transform it into something easier to use, basically a JSON list of things we want, things we don't want. Then we match. We match both on remediated and deprecated subjects. A subject needs to have all of the fields contained in order to be a match, and we do normalization. So if there's punctuation or spelling, it'll still match. Or punctuation or like capitalization, it'll still match. Okay, then what if we match on a deprecated thing? Well, here's an example of a deprecated one. It's a 650-0. It's definitely an LC subject. So into topic, both the deprecated term and the remediated term is in there. Topic string only gets the remediated. And the catalog record fields, the remediated field is put into the remediated LC subject display. So it's removed from LC subject and put into remediated. If we match on a remediated field, here's an example of one. It's a 750. So it would normally go into the non-LC subjects. Again, it's very similar to this. Topic gets all of them. And it would get many more. We make all of the different deprecated fields get to be in topic. Topic string only gets the remediated field. In the catalog record, only it gets elevated out of non-LC subject where it would normally be and put into remediated. Okay, so that's basically how we do it. Advantages of this system are local authority records continue to be our one source of truth. They're with the catalogers. It's great. It's a thorough method. We can do combinations of subfields into other combinations of subfields. You can search on either the remediated or the deprecated term, and you will find the documents you want. The deprecated term doesn't show up in the library search user interface, and the remediated term is elevated from subjects other. It gets the full Library of Congress functionality. Disadvantages. It's more complicated to do than a one-to-one list. And it can be slow because you have to apply this to every record. You have to do that normalization. You have to drill through this nested list of subjects. So how do we deal with that? Well, for it's complicated, the code is well documented and it is fully tested. So if something goes wrong, you can easily inspect to see what happened. And for it can be slow, we try to do complex tasks only once. And if we have to, we can specify, target the records that are likely to need this remediation work. We haven't needed to do that yet, but we are prepared to do it if it comes to it. Okay, so now, how do we get to do this kind of change in the first place? Well, in this case, a lot of things had to go right. We still have our own discovery system. If we were using Primo, we would not be able to do this. I was encouraged to join the DEIA cataloging working group. I am not a librarian, let alone a cataloger. But the member, the representative from Library IT, who was on there before, recognized me from some social justice initiatives that were going on at the time and saw that I was in the metadata group and was like, I think you're a better fit for this team than me, and recommended me. And nobody had any strong feelings against it. My spouse works for HathiTrust and saw an ALA talk by Triangle Research Libraries Network in 2021 about their remapping project and said, I think this applies to you. You should watch this talk. And I did. And I was like, oh my goodness, it not only applies to me, it's literally the work that I do. We can totally do this. And so since I was in that cataloging working group, I brought it to the working group. And they didn't get defensive. They were like, no, this needs to be changed. How can we get this fixed? And then also we had some project management changes where we could make proposals to make new work. And so I worked with the working group to make a proposal to convince people in library IT that this was a good use of my time. So that's a lot of things that are specific to University of Michigan, especially and me in particular. How many people have a spouse that recommend ALA talks? But I do think there's some general takeaways for everyone. So one of them is to make friends. And by make friends, I mean join book clubs, join committees like the cataloging working group, go to social justice events, and make friends with people who want to make the same kind of good change that you do, because they are people that you can float ideas to, who will work with you in good faith to make good things happen. It's just generally rewarding. And then when you do have something that you want to make real, they can help legitimize getting that thing done. Because when more people start saying, this needs to change, then people are like, oh, I guess this is a real problem. Maybe we should fix it. The other thing is be proactive. These systems tend to want to stay the way they are. And so if you want to make this kind of good change happen, you have to go do it. No one's telling me to give a Code4Lib talk. No one's telling me I need to go make a proposal to give myself more work. But if I didn't do that, this literally would not have gotten done. And then when you do go to make the changes, you've got to make them durable. So that means maintainable, because these systems not only tend to stay the same, but when you do change them, they tend to revert. And in our world, how that reversion works is it breaks and it doesn't get fixed. And why doesn't it get fixed? Well, one is you don't know that it's broken. Or two, it's broken, but it's too hard to fix. Or three, it's very complicated to keep working. And so then somebody does a cost-benefit analysis and is like, it's not worth it. Maybe we should just turn this thing off. But if you make it durable, which is to say testable, easy to read, make it so that, more importantly, that the structures are set up. So in this case, we had the ALMA is the one source of truth. So everything's aligned properly. When that happens, it's got a fighting chance to keep working. Okay, so that's my talk. Thank you.
I think we have time for one or two questions, 4 minutes. Oh, over here. You guys preparing? Wait for the mic.
Now we're there.
Are you preparing for change in Gulf of Mexico and Mountain Valley?
As a matter of fact, we are. And with I was going to mention that, with the durability of this, I didn't know that there were more fields than 150 and 450 fields. And so I had to make it expand to handle the whole suite of them. And so, yeah, we have those already set just in case. And so that's when we'll find out if it's too slow. But.
Fantastic. My name is Steven. I'm in a similar remediation group at Yale. We're called the Reparative Archival Description Group, which means that we get RAD as our acronym. We typically look at DAX description in archival finding aids. So I'm unfamiliar with changing subject headings as a form of remediation, but one of our tasks is when we remediate a finding aid, a harmful description and a finding aid, we also struggle with how to alert our users to the fact that harmful description used to be present in the library here, that we've taken steps to change it. And so my question is, what's your relationship like in this group with your researcher base, your user base?
So I'll say for alerting the users, a thing that we do is on every record page, there's just a statement on the bottom of it that says that like some of our descriptions have been changed. But I also think like with this change that we made to the user interface, like the curious user can figure out what's there. And also, like I didn't talk about the extra functionality that Library of Congress subject headings get. We have a subject browse. And so like part of this work was to get that to work with it. So if you click on one of those deprecated subjects, it will say like, see instead the new one. So like we don't have explicit like this is what you do, but we have ways that you can discover it on your own.
I think that is our time. So thank you, Monique.
Yeah.
All right, up next.
Thank you.
Up next, we have a 15-minute in-person talk with the wonderful title, also germane, Why MARC is Terrible but Brilliant, and You Should Be Nice to Yourself, by the inestimable Andromeda Yelton.
All right. Thank you. Just finding my PowerPoint. Sounds like that's operational. And there we go. So it's weird to be here when it seems like the only thing that matters is authoritarianism and how to resist it. Made it very hard to prep this talk. I did not finish till yesterday. But reading history reminds us that individually and collectively, we have done hard things that advance the state of the world, and we can do them again. And building human connection, making friends for the last talk, and strong institutions is how we build joy and strength and the capacity to fight. And doing it as library technologists seems particularly salient today because we are fundamentally about memory and education and helping people grow and making it hard to hide the truth, which feels like a contested but very important space at the moment. So with that, let's talk about what's happening at this library, the Library of Congress, in the late 1960s and early 1970s. Show of hands, who here has worked with MARC records? Yeah, for the live stream, that's like everyone. And who here has found it counterintuitive or frustrating? It is basically the same picture. So let's talk about the problems that Henriette Avram was trying to solve. Problem 1, organizing data, kind of a classic library problem. Now look, we know how we would organize data into records today. Relational databases! That is right, the structure that ate all structures. Do you want to link data together? Do you want to represent one-to-one and many-to-one and one-to-many relations, like, say, the ones that link authors and books? Would you like to have hierarchical relationships, like in a series? Do you maybe, like in the last talk, want to edit an important string in one place and have it propagate automatically to all the places instead of having to batch edit records? Do you want to use that one string as the basis of spell correction and autocomplete and like maybe even have it be part of a controlled vocabulary as a treat? Yeah. Relational databases are not perfect, and perhaps if we are very lucky, I am foreshadowing Dr. Stevens' closing keynote, but the fact that MARC records don't have a relational database structure is a big part of why we today cannot have nice things. There is only one problem. You may remember this slide from my talk last year. Let's zoom in on that. Unfortunately, because of how time works, Henriette Avram et al. Inventing MARC in 1965 through 1968 with follow-up work over the next few years were unable to take advantage of the work of E.F. Codd in 1970 inventing the idea of a relational database. What problems were they trying to solve instead? They were trying to solve how to turn this handwritten catalog card into computer. And so how to translate a very human and already at this point very entrenched process of cataloging into a machine-readable format without knocking over anything that was load-bearing for the workflows of the people writing this. They were also trying to figure out how to do this in a way that made lookups fast on a computer. MARC records are a variable length, so you can't just tell your program, hey, go find the title, it's at byte 50 or whatever, because it might not be there. Different MARC records have or do not have different fields, different subfields. Authors have different lengths of names. Titles may be different lengths. So you can't just tell it to go to a specific byte. The record has to know where all of its contents are going to be. And also, while we're at it, it's on like magnetic tape or something, which is like physically spinning. And so if you want to get to it fast, you have to spin the tape fast. But if you spin the tape too fast, then you can't just like stop when you get there because physics, it has inertia and you will have overshot and that sucks. And then you're sad and you have to rewind. And the MARC developers who were writing in freaking assembly had to deal with this. Like they had to tell the computer how to spin and when to stop. And I mean, technically, your computer has to know stuff like this today. Like, you have an SSD, it's a physical object, it spins, like, whatever. But you don't have to care, because people have standardized all this stuff and built really strong, like, abstractions around how files work, and there's a really great abstraction boundary between that stuff and your stuff, so you literally don't have to care about this unless you're into that sort of thing. By the way, while we're at it, Unix file system was invented in 1969. All right. Problem 2, parsing strings. Kind of a classic programmer problem. Now look, we know how we would solve this today. Regular expressions! Now, on the upside, regular expressions were, in fact, I don't know who this guy is. I'm gonna admit him. I hope he wants to be here. Enjoy being at Code4Lib. Anyway, so on the upside, regular expressions were, in fact, invented, sort of, in 1951, which is before the 1960s, by this dude, Claney. He was a mathematician. He was inventing them because he had been reading this paper by McCulloch and Pitts that I think I thought about talking about last year, but I didn't because it is the hardest paper I have ever read by an enormous margin. They were inventing neural nets in 1943, and it's brutally difficult. And he also found it brutally difficult. He's like, this paper is too hard. I will simplify it by inventing regular expressions. Which is like the most mathematician move ever. But at least like regular expressions existed in the 60s, so that's like nice, right? Problem. One of the first actual popular implementations of regular expressions, so you could like use them in practice, was by Ken Thompson in 1968. Coincidentally, also the guy who invented the aforesaid Unix file system, co-invented, and the B programming language, the predecessor to C, and the Go programming language. So basically in 1968, you could use regular expressions if you were arguably the best programmer who ever lived. No shade to the team at the Library of Congress, but it was just not an accessible tool chain at this point. So what problems were they trying to solve instead? Retrospective conversion of 4.1 million catalog records is hard, and it takes time and is expensive. And they had a really complicated, like, multi-step, like, type stuff and proofread stuff and, like, do coding passes. And they're like, oh, this is, like, 6 steps. Can we simplify it by doing a first pass where the machines do some automated format tagging of the raw records and save time and have humans proofread it afterward because, like, we know there's going to be an error rate. So they did a pilot project. And it turns out that this was, in fact, faster. Even though they had to do a first pass of sending out all the catalog cards to be typewritten by an outsourcing bureau onto magnetic tape before they could do this. Raise your hand if you have to outsource your typing before you can literally use files on your computer. Yeah, that's nobody. So they had things that looked like this. If the call number begins with KF followed by numbers followed by a period, then if there are 1 or 2 numbers before the period, do not delimit. If there are 3 or more numbers before the period, delimit before the last period on the call number. So this is step 3 of a 5-step process to figure out how to insert the delimiter separating the class number from the book number in the call number. There are numerous other fields and subfields in records. They wrote down their whole algorithm. It is a 324-page book that you can read on the Internet Archive. It's all like this. And in summary, and with apologies to Randall Munroe, the only thing worse than regular expressions is not having them. Another problem they face, encoding data. We know how we would deal with this classic talk-to-computer problem today. Unicode! You know where I'm going with this. The first volume of the Unicode standard came out in 1991. The second volume, containing Chinese, Japanese, and Korean characters, came out in 1992, and everyone's favorite Unicode encoding, UTF-8, came out in 1993, coincidentally also co-authored by Ken Thompson. But that's okay. You would never need a non-Roman character set in a record, right? This is fine. We can just use ASCII, right? We like ASCII. I'm sure Avram's French and Danish and German collaborators don't actually need those diacritics for like anything. They don't matter, right? Fortunately, ASCII was invented in 1963, so technically it was around, but it underwent a major revision in 1967, so it wasn't really stable and hadn't emerged as a standard when Avram et al. Were inventing MARC records. But like, fine, right? Like, we have some kind of way to shove 8 zeros and 1s into a byte and call it a day, right? So the 8-bit byte did not become a standard really until the 70s, maybe even the early 80s. The original MARC work, some parts of it had 8-bit bytes, some parts of it had 6-bit bytes. They used binary and packed decimal and EBCDIC encodings, depending on what was better for solving that particular part of the problem, because after all, they're writing an assembly language and fitting it into, you know, like, I don't know, half a kilobyte or whatever you had. It was a bit more than that, but they were very space limited. EBCDIC was the encoding that was used by this computer, an IBM System 360, which was what they were working on. Raise your hands if you've used EBCDIC lately. Yeah, this is also nobody. They had to think about this. They had to think about how many bits go in a byte. You don't have to think about this. You don't have to use your brain on this. They had to think about this. Problems 4 through N is a treat. I am just going to hit them briefly. COBOL reply guys, magnetic tape, REPLs not yet existing. The performance of print statements depends on what kind of physical printer you are using. The 1908 cataloging rules, a Library of Congress having done weird things with call numbers in 1901, and West Germany. Damn it, West Germany. So how does this get to the part where you, like my cats, should be nice to yourself? So look, a lot of our frustrations with MARC are that it doesn't solve problems that we have. But many of the problems we have were literally unimaginable to the people who were developing MARC. The theoretical foundations and the tool chains required for us to even have those problems had not been invented. Meanwhile, they were solving problems that we struggle to even imagine. many of which are no longer problems today, but they had to spend a lot of time and effort solving them, and some of their solutions were really brilliant. A lot of your old code looks bad because you hadn't yet figured out the problems it was actually going to solve. You think Avram et al. Wouldn't have done it differently a decade later? Like, of course they would have. They were super smart, and they were keeping up with changes in technology. And you are too. All the cringe of your old code is evidence of the ways you've grown. It looks bad because you got better. You learned new skills, you learned more about your problem domain, you mastered new tools. And meanwhile, if your old code is still running, however janky it may be, it's running because it matters. It has solved actual problems for actual people long enough to become a legacy, and that is pretty great. Unfortunately, Beth Sadler couldn't be here today. She's sick. And I really wanted to tell her in person that, or I think them, Beth uses them these days, that I think back often on their talk last year about the compassion of DevOps, which has influenced a lot of how I function as a team lead this past year, and what I thought about writing this talk. And they said that it's okay to pay attention to your own suffering and prioritize reducing it, and that's called self-compassion. And I think part of how we do that is looking back at our old code, and instead of seeing just how terrible it is, seeing that terribleness as evidence of how brilliant we are in ways that maybe we couldn't see previously. Just like maybe 15 minutes ago, there were things you didn't know about how brilliant MARC also was. And I hope you can look back on that and see the evidence of growth and be nice to yourself. Thank you.
All right. We have no time for questions. We will be moving on to the next talk. Thank you, Andromeda. Yay! Up next, we have UST Libraries presents the Sounds of San Anto, and exploring how digital tools can enhance storytelling with the incalculable Diane Lopez and Javier Ruedas. Right here.
Incalculable? Oh, awkward scraping microphone sounds. Even more awkward. Where does this thing go? There we go. Does that work? Thank you.
Yay, VT!
Hi. Let's see. Okay, cool. Hello, everybody. My name is Diane Lopez. I'm information specialist, librarian at University of Texas at San Antonio. So today our talk is going to be over our digital project that we've been working at the library, Sounds of San Anto, which is a 3-part project that we've been working on with the help of San Antonio Public College archive person who's shared with us this Excel file of just concerts and shows that have been performed in San Antonio. So what we did was we have gathered those and now have created a kind of a data set from 1970 all the way to 2009 of shows and performances in San Antonio. Another part of this project is a text analysis of a corrido that's 124 years old that I will go in later on. And then, of course, we have the third part that is a crowdsourcing opportunity for the San Antonio community to share concert shows that they've been into. And if you're not familiar with San Antonio, we have a big music culture in our area, you know, from American or United States music like country and rockabilly, but we also have our mixture of Mexican or Mexican regional music from corridos, norteños, and so that's our project, and we're hoping that our community comes out more so we could kind of share more about this stuff. But I'm going to pass it on to Javier, who's going to kind of give you a rundown of the first product.
Right. So when I got hired at UTSA Libraries about a year ago, one of the first things that they gave me was like, hey, we've got all this data and we need you to make a visualization of it. Can you do it? And so one of the things they wanted me to do was, and this is like 25,000 concerts or something, enable users to search by year to find all the concerts in that year, to find all the venues that had concerts in that year, and then within those venues, all the concerts. And then they also said, we need a genre explorer. We want people to be able to select a genre and find all the concerts in that genre. And I was like, well, okay, let's go. Whoops, wrong computer. Yeah, right. So, whoops. Yeah, all right. Typical. All right. This goes here, right? All right. So this is a little bit of the original data set that I was given, and this was produced, like Diane said, by a librarian first at San Antonio Public Library, and then by a couple of our UTSA librarians, who just basically like found concert information and started entering it into this Excel spreadsheet. So it's a little bit idiosyncratic. And then, you know, I got hired and Diane says, here's an Excel spreadsheet, go for it. And I'm like, yay, let's go. So based on the user stories that I was given, I realized a couple of things immediately. You can't visualize this on a map without coordinate data. And you can't search by genres without genre data. And coordinates and genre data weren't in there. So enter Python API calls. So with Diane's collaboration, we used Python at this stage to search through Spotify, Discogs, and Wikipedia, which was a little messy, but that included some web scraping as well as API calls. And we got, like, I don't know, about 60, 70% of them associated with genres. Some of them arguably wrong genres, but let's not get into that. And then we queried the Mapbox API, this time using JavaScript, which is a whole nother story, because JavaScript doesn't want to write to your file system for very good reasons, but I managed to make it do it anyway. And we got roughly 60, yeah, shh. We got roughly 70% of the venues having associated coordinate data. Yay. Okay, so now I know there's a lot of love for relational databases in here, but since this was going to be a web-based interface and I was under a little bit of time pressure, I was like, let's use NoSQL. Okay, yeah, I figured there'd be like cue like blank looks and what are you doing to our relational databases. But it's really cool if you're using a web interface and it's so much more unstructured. So you're going to hate this, but I know, instead of efficiency, you can have repeated data. You can have the same data in many places because it's all about delivering information quickly to your user. So never mind joins and unions and all that business. Forget it. You just structure the data differently, and it's great. Seriously, you're going to love this. Try it out. And then, so we used Python. So NoSQL databases, most of them have JSON modules. And so you can shove JSON directly into the database. It's fabulous. With Redis, it's very fast. And so basically, I used a bunch of Python to transmogrify all this Excel via CSV into lovely nested Python lists. Don't ever look at my script, though, because it was so slow, but that's okay. All right, and so then the application, as it turned out, is maybe a little unconventional for a library setting, but hey, you know, we're a digital humanities department. We're not in systems, so we have leeway to go a little bit wild and crazy in ways that make the systems people cringe. But so this is all like very classic web, at least my part is. It's a bunch of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and the client makes a call to the server, gets all that front-end code, and then there's an Express.js API, and then the Express API makes the call to Redis. So I'm hoping in the future you'll be able to also, like, if you want access to all our data, all our raw data, you can curl it, you can Python it, because the Express API is completely separate and independent.
So a big part of my part was to do a text analysis of this corrido, right? El corrido de Gregorio Cortés. How many of you are familiar with this Mexican ballad? Oh, we have one person back there. Awesome. And we have the other person. Sweet. For those who are not familiar with Gregorio Cortés, in 1901, he was accused of being a horse thief. And a sheriff in Texas decided to go without a warrant and try to arrest him, shot his brother, and Gregorio shot the sheriff. And if you know your Texas history, 1901 is not a great time for Mexican or for Mexicanos or Tejanos. So Gregorio is a folk hero for a lot of us of that area, right? And this was the main topic of Américo Paredes' work in his dissertation, was to go through this corrido because actual events occurred, right? Texas manhunt from June 22nd, 1901, all the way to June 25th or 27th of 1901, as one of the biggest manhunts that Texas had, right? So Américo Paredes went through this. And so my whole project was kind of to pay homage to these two individuals who are from where I'm from. And so what I had to do was, if I wanted to run a text analysis of places to give people an idea of where in South Texas this was all happening, right? Because in the corrido it mentions all these places, but not a lot of people know where these places are, right? So what I had to do was train a model, but before that I had to go ahead and do some web scraping, collect my own sources of ghost towns, municipalities, and unincorporated areas of Texas. So then I could just map it, right? And this was the way I wanted to learn or master Python, right? I had been introduced Python in 2016 after I showed that I had skills in doing statistical analysis, and so someone thought was like, hey, you should learn this language. From that evolution, my department head was like, I want you to create a whole project, an interactive component to this, to share this history. Like the speaker prior to me, it's something that we do, right, in libraries. So I had to learn JavaScript, and I was able to create my own story map without using Esri story map because I wanted to incorporate, I wanted to bit more interaction, right? I wanted music, I wanted lyrics, I wanted a whole, share the newspaper, historical stuff, and you know, I had to go ahead and build this and try to figure out how can I make this history more interactive for individuals who are outside or unaware of this, right? So let's see if it plays. All right, cool, it does. Hopefully there's sound. So this is just a demo of the the story map, the guided tour that I did, which kind of just guides you through the whole South Texas area from Carson City all the way to El Cine in Webb County. So that's the frontera. We had faculty from the Mexican American Studies to provide her voice to do these stanzas in a very kind of bar-esque.
Allá por el encinar, según lo que aquí se dice, le formaron un corral y les mató otro sherife.
So Rachel Cruz, who also leads the mariachi group at UT San Antonio, helped out with her voice. And then I also included historical maps so people can or historical newspapers so people could kind of read more about how the language used to describe these events, and hopefully get a good sense of how the corrido presents the social events. And since corridos are not just songs, they were a source of news, was to share that and have people kind of compare how were Texas news publications reporting on this compared to how the corrido was reporting on this. And that's where I'm hoping that audience and users get an opportunity to kind of explore that and the difference of how things are reported. And yeah, and so that's been my piece of my project. Otherwise, yeah, we are part of the UTSA Digital Scholarship Hub, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Don't think we have time for questions, unfortunately, so we will move on to the next talk. 10-minute talk from Alyssa Panetta, entitled The Best and Worst Widgets, AI Tools, and Browser Extensions for ADA Compliance. So let's have let's see, what did I use before? I need an adjective. Immovable, Alyssa Panetta.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Panetta. I only have 10 minutes, so I'm gonna blow through as much as I can. Not that one. Oh, where'd it go? Group 1, best and worst right there. Yeah. Thank you. Perfect. Hi, again. So I'm going to move fast. I am a web developer, front end. I had a brain tumor in 2020, and it got removed. And since then, I am very interested in web accessibility. So I'm going to talk to you today about complying with the web accessibility guidelines. And we'll talk about, throughout the talk, I'm going to use the term A11Y, and that stands for accessibility. So we're going to talk about why we're complying. We're going to look at testing tools, and I'm going to show you what is helpful and what is just hype. So here's my spoiler alert. See these overlay widgets? You've probably seen them. If you ever see that little universal man symbol down in the corner, that is a bad sign. That is, we'll talk about why in a bit, but just know, spoiler, these are not the answer. If you see that symbol, the owner of that website probably got duped, and you might want to help them. So here's my too long didn't read. You need to stay away from those overlay widgets. And you have to watch out for the vendors of those overlay widgets because they really want your money. And they know that you're looking for something quick to fix your problems, so they're going to try to get it. And you really should do is only trust accessibility experts. You need to stick with the tools that are offered and used by trusted accessibility experts. Okay, so why are we complying with the ADA right now, and why is it important right now? Well, first off, you're going to be disabled, right? We're all just temporarily able. In this room right now, 1 in 4 of us have a disability of some kind. So this is a great quote from a designer, Cindy Lee. We're all just temporarily able. But right now, while we need to, and that's just like, that's a good reason to care about web accessibility, and you should, because it's also the law now. And there's so many reasons. But really, you know, like, you do it don't do it for the law. Do it because you're a good person and you want to help everybody, and you believe that, you know, we're all equal and should have equal access. But right now, in 2024, last year, there was an update to the Title II, and the Section 508 of Title II says that you now, for state and local governments, which I work for the University at Albany, which is the state of New York, and you might too, but they all of our websites have to be compliant, and mobile applications have to be compliant with WCAG 2.1, level AA. And there are deadlines for this. It depends on the size of your institution and your government. You should download my slides if you can, because I have so many links in here, and we're not going to get to all of my slides in a 10-minute talk. I have a lot to say. This is a good slide and a good link in this big yellow one. This is how to meet the WCAG 2.1, and it's a great reference that the World Wide Web Consortia, the W3C, has published for you. You can filter it, you can go through everything, you can change your compliance level. So if that is, you know, another resource you get out of here, that's a great one. So what are the basics of WCAG 2? What do you need? You have to have legible text and headings. You need to have keyboard-only accessible navigation, screen reader only. You're going to have good color contrast, and your media is going to have to be in different modes. So if you have audio content, you need to have like a transcript of it. And your forms and inputs are also going to have to be easy to interact with. So here are some basic testing tools, and I'm not going to recommend any particular tools today. And I'm not sorry about that, because there are so many tools, but everybody has a different website, a different setup of like their needs, and different workflows. So not everything is like what works for me may not work for you. But I'm going to tell you how you can find them and how you can kind of assess them. So for testing tools, do not, under any circumstances, just search for anything like Section 508 compliance. You're going to get so many ads, and you're going to get misled from those accessibility overlay people. You can ask AI. I did that a couple different models, and ChatGPT gave me some good stuff, but Claude and Copilot, they did not. So we'll look at those specifics of that too. But really the best place to start, if you don't know where else to start, is with the WCAG resources, and that is the W3C, again, brings us this beautiful page, and that is another tool you can use. We'll go into that. So again, do not search any of these terms. Everybody is, and they know, like, people game this. This is so easily gameable with search engine optimization. So don't do it. I'm sorry, they're supposed to animate that in, but there's, the iron triangle. If you want something that's fast or good or cheap, you can't have all three. You have to pick two, and they know this. These people, like, there's so many people that know you have this crappy work to do of getting your website into compliance. It's not going to be easy, but you want a fast, easy solution more than anything. So these overlay vendors, what they offer is a one line of code solution. There's nothing faster and easier than that. So they know that you'll get rid of cheap and you'll just pay for it. So if you have money to get this done, you're very lucky. But the reason that this is so expensive otherwise is because doing the work of remediating a website that is inaccessible takes so much more time than making your website accessible to start out with. That's the theory of shifting left. And we'll talk more about that. Okay, so here are, we're avoiding search engines because SEO is easily exploited by these companies. And they will sell you ads. They're the first ads you will see. For any of these things, you're going to see ads from these companies. I'm not going to name names today because people have gotten sued for naming those names, so I won't. But it's really like cigarette companies. Like they know that smoking causes cancer, and they know that these overlay widgets do not make your website compliant. They really don't do it. So they sell you the ads, and even they write articles and pose as other people. So there's one that I saw that was in Forbes magazine, and they talked about how you can use these accessibility overlays to make your website compliant or as part of your solution, but they are not. So yeah, they still sell you lies. So avoid the search engines. Okay, so you can ask AI what tools you can use. And so I asked it what tools are available for me to test my website's WCAG compliance level. But before I did that, I wanted to make sure that it knew what the heck I was talking about and it wasn't going to be crazy. So I asked it, how do I make my website comply with Section 508? And then I asked it, how do you know that? So depending on its level of answers, I took a look. And again, I thought ChatGPT with its 4 version did pretty good. And if you have my slides in the notes, I have the full transcript of what ChatGPT said. Copilot was not very helpful. It actually gave me the list, and one of the ads, or one of the things that it gave me was a really bad checker. And we'll look at the tools, but this is one of the ways that these overlay companies were hiding in plain sight. They gave me a checker, and it was run by an overlay company that at the end gave me 2 options for different overlays, and then gave me like something else, and then said you can do it yourself. And then the ad that showed up when I clicked that was for their full suite of services, which were not any good. Haiku you could try, but I would probably try Sonnet first. Okay, I'm gonna zoom along. These are the ones that are from the WCAG people, and so those are good. Those are good. Your basic setup is going to consist of manual and automated tools. There is no way to do this with just manual tools. If you run a manual checker and it says you're 100% compliant, you're not. You cannot trust that. So, but these are all the different types of tools. And so manual testing you need to do. These are the types of manual testing you need to do. You need to check for keyboard and screen reader output. It's especially important in manual testing. If you're using any generative AI to write alt text or transcripts or anything, you have to check those out too, because they're not great at that stuff. When it comes to automated testing, there are, again, lots of tools, and there are lists of those other places. So let's get to the good stuff. What stinks and what's good? In my opinion, these overlay widgets are the worst, and they will open you up to being sued. So they're not endorsed by professional accessibility experts or disabled users. And there are 2 links here to data about that, and they do not offer you lawsuit protection. They will promise to do that, but they don't. There are so many accessibility lawsuits that have been levied against them, and other people, are doing the same. They're not going, and not. So that's it. Don't any of that. You can even ask AI about it. And At the end, I do have a list of things that are good for you. So again, download the presentation and enjoy the links. Thank you.
All right.
And always print your slides. Sorry.
Okay, up next, a 20-minute talk entitled Making the Development Process Inclusive of Disabilities by the irrepressible Kate Deibel. Woo!
I can't believe I'm being forced to use a mic. It's like, my opinions on microphones. I'm kidding. It's waiting for my slides. I don't think mine's been opened yet.
We checked it earlier.
Yeah.
Is yours here?
I should be group. That's a good question. Sorry about this, folks.
Oh, I put it in that other.
Yeah. IT. So, yep, it's me again from Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine's. Talking about an accessibility topic, which is pretty usual. So, yep, and those who don't know me, I'm known, I'm Kate Deibel. Whoops, sorry, I keep forgetting. The DEI part I've been told to drop. And the B, some people use that for belonging, which is really problematic. PCOM has just recommended not mentioning that. And so just call me what I'm known by online as metageeky Zuckerberg's lawyers. Just call me, like, just say, hey, you, I'll try to respond. And I'm going to be honest here. I know I'm being silly. And the reason for that is that back when I proposed this talk back in September, October, whenever that was, I kind of still had some hope. This has been a really, really hard last few months for me. I had to take care of my mom after a fall. I'm managing a massive migration from Voyager to Folio right now, and you'll see what the size of my dev team is like. So, but I still believe we can treat each other well. And to get into what the inspiration for this talk was, is that back in March 2024, I attended the Kode4Lib 2024 summit that was at Penn. Thank you very much for that. It's a great group if you particularly want to learn about doing more development operations level work, which as the systems librarian, I need to know. And one of the questions that popped up in the conversation was, how do I manage someone who won't do paired programming? And there are a lot of interesting questions on the, answers, discussion on this. But initially, though, I kind of like, now being a resident of Philly, I have to make the proverbial, so anyway, I started blasting. My disability lens kicked in. I was like, there could be a lot of disability reasons at play. And then I did some research that inspired this talk. So I do want to start off with to make clear what this talk is not. It's not a technical talk. I'm not going to be talking about WCAG or ARIA or about testing with screen readers and doing keyboards or about overlays. Still bad. Thank you, Alyssa. But with all of this is what I'm going to really talk about is about the humans involved in the software development, i.e. the meat in the meat space. But then too, let's also be clear about one thing. I have some limited dev team experience. A lot of my tech background has been independent projects and everything there. And so I'm also not a manager. I have intentionally avoided that path. But this is my tech team at PCOM. There's me. There's my duck, who I do, helps with debugging. And then there's my cat, Fiona. And yes, the duck does manage Fiona. I mean, let's face it, I love her, but Fiona, not so great with technology. But here's the other thing. I am multiply disabled. And so I'm going to be partially speaking from experience, but I want to make sure that I'm not just talking, I don't want it to be just my thoughts and opinions. Because, well, frankly, once you meet two disability people, particularly if one of them has a chronic illness, you've met 27 different people, depending on what day of the week it is and the tides. But I did reach out to the Disabled Techie Slack for their opinions. These are techies who identify personally with a disability. It is self-defined what being a techie means. And there's a great diversity of disability and tech experience. So reach out to me on Slack if you're interested. So it's a good group. Finally, too, this is not a talk about formal accommodations. That's a totally different ball of wax to deal with. The ADA is pretty complicated. And if somebody does request this, you're going to have to work with your legal department on that. And I am not a lawyer. However, though, I will say it's a resource that I think a lot of people should be aware of is Ask Jan, the Job Accommodation Network. It's a really great resource for employers with individual disabilities. It lists all sorts of common accommodation practices. And I have shared this with many people who have reached out to me about disabilities before. I've reviewed it and also just figuring out what I need to do for my own. So informal accommodations are about offering support options equitably among staff and students. I usually think of this from the inclusive teaching perspective, but we bake in supports to regular practices and workflows. You develop cultural fluency on disability, social media, and, but from both, not social media, social and medical viewpoints. And you also try to support an open communication among both the staff and management. This is a key part there. Staff still need to talk to staff. Managers need to talk to managers. And importantly, staff should talk to managers. Of course, so we know that never happens. The real life is managers have to be in meetings and talk about budget reports or something. I don't know. I'm not a manager. But really, it's about adaptation. So basically, if you know any of the literature on this, we're talking about inclusive practices plus universal design. So there are a lot of topics here if I can talk about DevOps and the intersection of disability. And so I'm not going to be able to talk about everything, but let's get into that first one, paired programming. So I have two programmers, they work together. One codes, one does review. They switch it up quite often. It's often done also on a shared workstation. I couldn't find a like Creative Commons or an easy image to be able to share my talk about, on how it often looks. But there are a lot of potential disability issues there. Sharing the same computer, that's already going to introduce plenty of physical barriers, or if one of them has to use a assistive technology. I can tell you, working with someone who uses the screen reader takes a lot of adaptation on your own part, because sometimes they are seeing things that you don't see, and you have to be careful about, like if you use diptych comments. And also, it's like I talked about on how like you could have two people with assistive technologies or disability needs competing. See my Code4Lib 2021 talk about how disability differences can cause issues in collaboration. And then importantly, there's this notion of spoon costs. So spoons. So spoon theory is something I actually talked about 2 years ago. Well, not in this room, but little other ways on the campus. Somebody else just came in. I will admit, Jerry. So an analogy to explain how kind of all this works. Christine, I can never pronounce her last name. I'm going to try it. Okay. And it's pretty much a way of like, it's a metaphor for like your energy limitations. And it was one of those just describing, a physical object to be your energy. You say, it's like, well, to do this, I'm going to need 3 spoons. Like to make brownies, I'm going to need at least 1 full spoon to do the stirring and everything. But then I need to have ice cream with it, so it's going to be a 2-spoon activity. And so you have that. And of course, if you do a wash, you sleep, you nap, you gain some back. And it's become something, a common parlance in the disability community to say you have so many spoons left. And that's about all I talked about back then. But really, you need to appreciate spoon economics. For a lot of disabled people, common tasks will take more. So when I'm doing the newcomer dinner tonight, when I'm at cocktail receptions, my autism is going to make that a much costlier task for me than for other cases. Up here, this doesn't bother me that much for strange reasons. I understand the rules. So you have that. Just even sometimes going upstairs can be massive. And spoon levels are not consistent from day to day, particularly if you have a chronic illness. I spend most of my mornings trying to figure out like if I'll be able to get out of bed. Thank you, autoimmune. Spoons may not fully reset after a long rest. It's not like Dungeons and Dragons. I wish it was. Also because you apparently can do them almost whenever you feel like it. And managing a disability eats up a lot of spoons. I have Friday off because I had to travel yesterday. I'm going to be using that to schedule a bunch of doctor's appointments. It takes time. So let's talk about paired programming again. For neurodivergent people, so that's autism, ADHD, communication can be a major sink or fork spoon costs. And if we think about it, one, talking, especially spontaneously, can take a lot. I prepare conversations in my head on an absurdly common basis. There are some people here that I've already had full conversations with in my head because I knew that I was going to run into them. It's also, too, it's like, you also have to convert your different ways of thinking to how your person you're paired with also thinks. And even if you're both neurodivergent, it might not be in the same way. Having a bunch of autistic people together is fun, but also it's like, oh wow, you're kind of like me, but no. But I like you because you're not like those other people. Reviewers' actions may also really cause distractions because you're focused on trying to do this one task, and if you go into hyper-focus, you're not going to pay attention to the reviewer. And basically, there's just a lot in there. So I could see why a person might push back on paired programming. It just might not really, happen in there. It's also, too, it's like if it's at like the brainstorming stage or where you're really trying to understand the crux of a problem, that might not be a time where you want to be able to spend any of your precious brain cycles talking to someone. So let's talk about distractions more. So this is actually a big cause of issues. It's not just if you have attention deficit disorders, but if you have hearing issues, you're always having to be slightly more alert in case you're missing something. It can just be, it just sets off anxiety. And so different things happen. So one, like a lot of our spaces are falling into this open layout that doesn't dampen background noise, which is also bad if you have any hearing disabilities. Phone calls and online conversations, even a person's wearing a headset, you're still hearing half the conversation. And frankly, that's even more annoying than that because you're trying to fill it in. And that just, the cost of that, if you consider yourself to be able, no disabilities, and you find that annoying, it's tenfold or more for many people with disabilities. And also a lot of our messaging services overwhelm us with notifications. And this plays into several things there. So let's talk about team communication tools. Slack, Basecamp, Teams, Discord, Google Suite. All of these, they exist, and how are they from an accessibility perspective? That's a Pandora box of worms that I do not want to open. There's a lot in there, but what I can say is this. I've asked about this before because I've been in groups where we've been talking about changing what we use. And generally, the answer is Slack is the most accessible of them. Does it have problems? Heck yes. No disagreement there. But it's generally viewed as the best. Do you want to know what is viewed as second best? Microsoft Teams. Teams. Those of you who've had to use Teams, you understand why I'm saying that with a grimace. But what about like, okay, so Slack is good, but it's also how we use the tool. You know, it's like HTML can be accessible, but if you don't do it right, it's inaccessible. So the first thing is add alt text images. This should become a standard policy in your Slack space. It supports blind and low vision users, but descriptions are also a great fallback for slow internet, but also understanding all users. Or to promote understanding for all. There are many times where I'm like going, I don't really know what's happening here. Oh, that's what I'm supposed to be looking at. Also here is like, it helps you develop alt text as a habit. I will admit I've been spending more time in Discord where adding alt text is a little trickier, and I'm falling out of a habit, which really annoys me. I love that Blue Sky will not let me post unless I add alt text. That's a great little feature you can turn on. Here's the other thing, thread. Use threads. It is so useful. It reduces the number and frequency of unread notifications. So if you're a person who has some obsessive need, or I guess it would be more compulsion, I always forget which one's which, to like make sure that everything is read, and you can't stand that like, oh, there's notifications there. It's nice to not have that. Plus also you can, you can avoid conversations you have no interest in. Plus also it makes later searching easier. We've all seen what happens when you have 15 conversations going on. Take a look at the Code4LibCon channel right now. There's a lot of conversation. And there are times too where it's like, I don't know anything about Kubernetes. I don't want to hear about them. Or I'm free from an Ex Libris, library. I don't need to hear about Primo Alma unless I'm feeling like loading. But it's also too, I just want to say that particularly, managers need to advocate for this, for these Slack practices. But there are other things managers can do, such as, encourage clear documentation of workstation. When I talked with people on that disabled techie Slack, this came up several times, and I've experienced it too. Never, ever be at a point where you bring someone on new, bring someone new on, and you go, and they ask like, oh, what's your protocol for using Git? And they say, oh, the usual way. Yeah, it's... last time I thought about it, I was like, well, I know 5 different ways. And it turns out that they were using a 6. Also promote healthy interviewing and recruitment practices. So here's a question. How many of us who do development spend all day in meetings? Okay, a few hands. I feel really sorry for you. But really, how much is that true? How much of it is spent like solving gotcha, like weird logic puzzles and, problems like that? No. Now, just about, and those days are exhausting because they're not really what, we're geared for. And so instead, what we kind of think about like in that, on just how to adjust things. Try to get at the person. And honestly, too, talk about like if, a multi-day interview might make more sense or something like that. There's a lot of options out there. But I mean, you're going to be working with your HR on that, unfortunately. Push for flexible work hours. This is a big one for me. As I mentioned, I have an autoimmune condition. Actually, I am a certified mutant. I learned that back in the fall, which is fun. Yeah, I am a mutant. I have a 37% activation in the cells in my mouth. I'll explain that if you ever want to know more. But basically, there's some mornings where it's going to take me a lot longer to get going. And that's something where, and plus, since I rely on the bus, that's further chaos. And and basically, my start time is expected. But I also make the big deal of like, I tend to go home based upon at fixed time due to the buses, but I'm constantly available. That's just one of those things where I think about problems. A lot of us devs fail to actually let the door hit our behind when we leave because we're like going, I'm still trying to figure out how to solve this problem. And it sticks in us. And that's actually something that a lot of disabled people are really good at. We have to spend a lot of downtime, but we're still thinking. And it's also remote work, yes. It's good, but it's also very disability inclusive. And with all that, it's, it just makes it, but I want to point out, a lot of these are good just practices in general. Okay, I'm at 2 minutes, so. And so also listen and learn. But I want to mention too, employees need to also self-advocate. And there, you should really focus both on, okay, what do you find difficult? What's going to be a barrier? But also suggest approaches to help that. And it'll be a conversation to see if it needs to go formal. But keep in mind, disability stigma and bias is around, and there is no legal standing to them. And so I have an example here about like working with me. I explain 2 things, such as one, my autism has me thinking big connections to chain. And to say, if I'm not making sense why I'm talking about platypuses and the state of Ohio, like ask me to explain my reasoning. Also, too, sometimes I shut down with communication if I think something's really important, but I can't articulate it. So giving me a chance to just stop. But what about Agile? Okay, so Agile, clearly, first of all, I'm a noob to it. My work is focusing on a massive migration right now, and I considered actually dedicating this talk all to that, and hopefully have a great conversation with Beth afterwards. But here's the thing. I'm going to instead do the librarian thing and refer you to a much better source. This YouTube talk by Tori Clark, who's one of my favorite accessibility people. She's awesome, called Agile as Ableist. And she points out a lot of the issues with it. And the talk is a blend of both why Agile does not produce accessible products, but also why the process that Agile, what the processes it advocates for have accessibility and disability inclusion problems. So, and a lot of these in there, just watch your talk. So in conclusion, are our teams inclusive? Nope. Can we do better? Be kind to each other and reach out to me. Oh, and thank you to these various people. And sorry, platypus belly.
right, Jerry. Look, you just gotta stay.
Let
You
you
just
go.
gotta stay till your talk, man. All right. Okay. Thank you, Kate. Oh, I never came up with an adjective. Anyway, I'll just give up the bit, I guess. Our next talk, 15-minute talk, entitled Text Embeddings for Entity Resolution and Name Disambiguation in the Library Catalog. This is a hybrid talk by the in-person and not in-personable Timothy A. something cut off, Thompson in the spreadsheet, and Gavin Mendel-Gleason. Is Gavin on the Zoom? Gavin is not. Gavin is not presenting. All right, so the in-person Timothy A. Thompson will be presenting solo. All right, thank you very much.
PDF. It's this one. Okay, thanks. Okay, who wants to talk about entity resolution? All right, I'm in the right place. Apologies if you came here for Gavin. My collaborator, Gavin Mendel-Gleason, unfortunately was not able to participate today, so I will be doing the whole bit, so we'll see how it goes. I realized after we submitted this proposal that the title was a little boring, Text Embeddings for Entity Resolution and Name Disambiguation in the Library Catalog. So how about something more Shakespearean? What's in a name? A name without life dates and any other record would be just as ambiguous. I'm Tim Thompson. I manage the metadata services unit at Yale. So I did initially work on this proposal with my collaborator, Gavin Mendel-Gleason. Gavin is a technologist and open source software engineer and architect based in Austria currently. And he works with Maren van Otterdijk, another open source developer based in the Netherlands. So they worked with us on this project, this entity resolution project for names in the Yale catalog as consultants. And I'll talk a little bit about that. I've also been lucky to work with some talented students at Yale, Catherine Kuang and Anísia Ferreira. And Catherine contributed some content to the slide deck here. And along the way, I've gotten a lot of support from my department and from other initiatives at the university. All right, let's talk about authority control. Does everyone know this term? Okay, who's really in control here? When we talk about authority control, we're talking about creating access points in, well, here I'm talking specifically about MARC catalog records. So we record names in a supposedly standardized way so that when those names are indexed, users can find materials about the same or by the same individual. And users depend on consistent access points to find things, okay? In theory, we use master files maintained by, say, the Library of Congress to look up the authorized version of somebody's name and put that in our catalog record. But in practice, it's messy because we're getting records from all sorts of sources. Back in the day, so another throwback here, it was probably a lot more consistent because you actually had to record a name and file it in order in a catalog card. Now we're getting records from vendors, from all sorts of sources, and the data quality is vastly inconsistent. Okay, here's a screenshot from our currently Voyager catalog interface, where we have a record that says the name Schubert, Franz is a valid heading. What does that mean? That means that there is a name established in the Library of Congress master file, the name authority file, that is of this form, Schubert, Franz. And it's for a person who was a genealogist, business person in Germany from 1917 to 2001. And that name is actually, exists, but it's not the name, it's not the person who contributed to this book called The Art of Photography. Okay, so this became a real issue for us. You can kind of hide it when you're just, in traditional full-text search environments, but in 2003, Yale launched a linked data discovery environment called LUX, Yale Collections Discovery, and this environment is a unified search interface that maps metadata from the university's museums and the library, including the archives, to a single semantic data model called linked art. And now that we're in this linked data environment, we really need entity resolution, because what do you notice here? Oops, Franz Schubert, who lived from 1797 to 1828, I believe, now suddenly has been reborn as a German businessman, even though he was an Austrian composer. Okay, so the problem is that the data from that Library of Congress record for Schubert, Franz with no dates is being merged with the entity for the Austrian composer Franz Schubert. So the user is forced to figure this out, right? While the cataloger has the expertise and the knowledge of authoritative sources to be able to say that this Schubert Franz is actually another Schubert Franz, but that takes time and resources, and we don't always have that, especially when we're at a large scale. So this lack of comprehensive authority control is really, I say, a form of technical debt that impacts not only users but library staff who have to remediate these issues. We're currently migrating to ALMA, yay for us, and ALMA has more robust authority control processes, but they're still string-based, and we can't really, rely on them to do intelligent entity resolution. So, can we make use of some newer resources, specifically text embeddings? Okay, this has been a project, just to step back a bit and give the arc of the project, that started, I guess, before ChatGPT dropped. And we had some resources through our Cultural Heritage IT initiative, which was the project that was behind the Lux platform. We had some resources to hire students to do some more or less manual entity resolution. We started there. We started actually developing what later became a training data set that I'll talk about in a bit. Meanwhile, in 2023, I started doing some research on graph databases for a different use case, and I came across this solution called Terminus DB, which is a pretty interesting open source graph database. And Gavin Mendel-Gleason and Maren van Ouderdijk were at the time at least the principal maintainers of Terminus DB. And I noticed that they had some blog posts where they were talking about, hey, we have these embedding models available now. Why don't we use them? Because at least some of them are language agnostic, or not agnostic, but multilingual rather. So why don't we leverage them to do semantically grounded entity resolution? So I followed up with them, reached out to them, proposed a pilot project, got a small amount of funding to work with them as consultants for 2 weeks, and then we just kind of, they generously kept kind of following up and providing updates as their approach evolved. And then last fall, I had funding to hire another student. And then, we kept testing, trying out this approach that I'll talk about. And the most recent proof of concept was developed actually using the latest Claude model. Okay, so this was the initial development of our training data set, where we used an Excel plugin to go through and reconcile names, potentially ambiguous names without dates, against a master file. We were able to disambiguate 4 different identities associated with the name Franz Schubert: an artist, a merchant, a theologian, and the composer. So then ultimately the training data set that we defined had a little over 2,000 names plus records, representing 74 identity clusters. Some were large, some were small, at least 2 representative records per identity. And yeah, so that was kind of the initial stage. Before I continue, I'll just briefly stop to talk about some key concepts. So we're working with vector databases, embedding models, transform text into a high-dimensional vector representation. And these vectors capture kind of the semantic meaning or syntactic structure, contextual nuance, the interrelationships among entities. And then once you have these embeddings, you need to be able to do things with them in a way that's efficient, and that's why vector databases were designed. So take a string of text, run it through a model, get an output of a high-dimensional vector, and then the vector database provides indexing strategies that allow you to efficiently access and run search and computation over those vectors. Typically, they use strategies like HNSW, hierarchical navigable small worlds, for approximate nearest neighbor search. Okay, so our approach was to take an embedding string, and this is metadata extracted from a catalog record. We defined some fields that we thought would have relevant signals for the entity resolution model, and then we ran them through an embedding model. We indexed them, and then this was the initial result just based on vector similarity. So we were able to more or less disambiguate for individual clusters, but it didn't scale across the data set because every person, the threshold, the similarity threshold kind of varies per individual. Every person's different. And the approach itself has an inherent challenge because trying to model a person's identity through their works is just an approximation. Okay, so how could we refine this approach? Gavin, I encourage you to check out this blog post where he talks about a bit more of a nuanced approach to taking this work with embeddings farther, to implement basically a classifier using logistic regression. Here I'm showing just a graph of a sigmoid function, which this classifier uses to output a probability and make a binary prediction. Is our 2 names a match or not? And we need a pipeline, basically. We need to pre-process and deduplicate our strings so that we're not embedding the same string multiple times. And then we need an indexing strategy with a vector database. We have a lot of null values in our data, so we need an imputation strategy, and we're leveraging the vectors to do that too. And then we need a feature engineering, configurable feature engineering, so that we can kind of fine-tune the model and then classify. Okay, and then we're splitting instead of a single string, we're splitting the data into multiple fields and also indexing each field and getting the vectors for each field. And then we're creating a feature vector, which is the base features are basically the similarities between each field, each embedded field for each pair of records. Then we use gradient descent to train the model, classify whether it's a match or not. Okay, so we're doing all this, but why don't we just use an LLM? They're really good at picking up on contextual cues and disambiguating. So if I give Claude this input, it 99% of the time comes up with the right answer. Well, it's a black box, first of all. It's expensive, wasteful for this use case, and smaller models like, say, Haiku versus Sonnet are just not as accurate. The recall goes way down. Whereas using a more traditional approach with a classifier, it's more reproducible, scalable, and interpretable. You can configure the features in a granular way. Okay, a quick cost estimate. We did an estimate to see, well, if we did want to use, say, Sonnet, on our full data set of about 5 million distinct name strings, it would cost $20,000, okay? Probably not a good use of our resources. Whereas if we take this classification approach with embeddings, it costs about $60, maybe $100 at the most, okay? Well, maybe we still can use an LLM to build the pipeline, and that's basically what I have done in recent experiments. So getting Claude, specifying the pipeline, getting Claude to write the code, and integrate it with a vector database called Weaviate. There's a link here if you want to check out the code or contribute to it. You're more than welcome. OK, and the results are pretty encouraging so far. So we had over 20,000 test pairs that we were split between positive and negative, matches and not matches. And it's coming up with 95% correct, 5% incorrect. So just based on that, we can effectively triage that 5% and say, maybe we do want to use a flagship LLM model to address that 5%. Maybe we have the resources for that. So the nice thing here is that I was able to turn the decision threshold way up and maximize precision. So currently, in caveats, this is limited to the current training data set and testing data set. But currently, there are no false positives coming out of the classification model, which is great. There are a lot of false negatives. But you can see here that the composite similarity string embedding approach is doing a pretty good job at distinguishing between the two classes, non-match and match. And these are just some different examples of different features. Of course, work in progress. So collaboration is more than welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So word on the street has it that we have our first and perhaps only fully remote talk today. This one? No, why you gotta be like this? Go, Zoom. Oh, okay. It's hiding. Minimized and hiding. Look at that. All right. Okay. Let me do a sound check real quick, remote folks. Can someone say something and see if we get it? Reid, you're muted.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great.
Yay. All right, I can do the introduction now. So we have a 10-minute talk. Where's my text? Publishing and archiving large data in data repositories from the indomitable Jerry Kuang and Reid Boehm. How do I say your last name, Reid?
It's Boehm, but
Boehm.
very close.
All right, there we go. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. As you know, I'm Reid, and this is Jerry, and we're going to talk with you about PER and the things that we're talking about right now in terms of large-scale data sets and how we're going to integrate that into our data repository in the future. So I'm going to hand it over to Jerry to introduce the parts and get started.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jerry Kuang. I'm the Senior Digital Library Software Developer at Purdue University Libraries. So today we are giving this presentation, publishing and archiving large data sets in data repository. So it's basically our experience and our discussion and summary for dealing with the large data sets.
Should we be seeing your slides right now?
Please go to the slide 3. Yeah, so large data sets. So move to the slide 4. So as we know that the large data sets usually comes with very huge size, a large quantity of the files, and they are very complex to analyze and process. But I think in our data repository, because our software architecture, we have project and publication space for the user. So we consider that the data sets with the size that exceeds the maximum capacity of the project and publication are the large data sets. So in our data repository, we have been accepting the images, videos, observing data, geospatial data, and the simulation data. All of those large dataset types from microscopy, Earth and atmospheric science, environmental science, forest, GIS, material engineering. So those are the typical large data sets that we have received from the researchers. So I gave 2 examples of them. So you can take a look at them later. Dataset storage. So basically, there are 3 types of the storage options for a data repository: local storage, the institutional storage space, and the cloud storage. The local storage space is usually the one that attached to the web server that we use primarily, especially in our data repository. We store the published datasets and the archival information package on that. But we do use the data depot to store the project files because that has more larger space, and the researchers share the files internally with their project collaborators. Currently, we don't use the cloud on our data repository, but we are considering use that because of its flexibility in the management. So comparing those storage options, we kind of stick to the local storage and the institutional storage currently because they are setting up easily and also the cost is lower. For the cloud storage, we understand it's manageable by the solution providers. You don't have to intervene with anything about the hardware cost, scalability. But the one thing we concern is that it charges the egress fee if more user access and download that datasets, which kind of contradict with our original shorts that we want to share the datasets with the public without any restriction. So dataset transfer, in our data repository, we support using 3 different tools for users to transfer the large datasets. The first one, Globus, as we know that it provides reliable and secure large dataset transfer solution. And we also provide the SFTP tool for user to upload the large datasets to the project space in our data repository. For the downloading, we allow the researcher to use the FTP client to download the large datasets. Transferring using the Globus is totally depends on whether you can set up such Globus endpoint on your data repository server. Once you set up that, then you can tell the researcher we support such transfer solution. For us, if the researcher have such needs, they submit a ticket to us, then we create such a Globus endpoint on our server. Then we tell the researcher what that directory is. Then the researcher goes there and transfer their large datasets to that specific project directory that they create, they own, using the Globus file manager. Another way we introduce is that using the FTP client to upload the large chunk of the big data. Similar like the Globus, we set up the specific project directory for the researcher and his group. He used the FileZilla or WinSCP to set up the connection, then start to transfer the large datasets. We set up the FTP server, which hosts all of the published large datasets. So researcher can, using the FTP tool to connect to that FTP server and select the specific dataset he's interested in, then download that from there. So all of them provides the reliable and secure transfers for the downloading, transferring, uploading large data sets. Now I pass that to Reid.
Thank you, Jerry. We're going to start talking a little bit about cost, as Jerry mentioned in the previous couple of slides. One of the things that's really difficult to kind of forecast and understand is this idea of what we can afford and budget for, and there's a lot of uncertainty. So this looks at some different aspects of the storage and how we consider costs. So you can see that there's two different types that we have in terms of storage, where we have, some folks are going to need a large space for their project, which is where they stage everything before we do the publishing, and then the publishing really comes into play with some more storage. So that might influence what we choose in terms of transfer, and it might also influence where we choose to have our storage, whether it's local or in the cloud. So we can talk a little bit about this uncertainty and how we might be able to plan for it. And so a lot of different factors, as you might imagine, really come into play when we think about where we're allocating our funds. And so one of the things that we look to is that trajectory of storage over time and that ability to forecast what comes next. But then there's also these other implications like trends and technical advances and lots of different prices that really drive this as well. And also we do a lot of understanding through our consultations and data management plans to know what's coming, and that's been really beneficial. And then of course there's the trends in the federal funding awards and what folks are given. So those are kind of the big four things that we're thinking about. And then we'll get into a little bit of metadata. And as you might imagine, the larger scale data sets have different specific needs. And I think a lot of times it's a lot more specific. So there's different metadata schema that may be very important. And with that, we also would want to integrate that controlled vocabulary that specifically went with that schema, so we can keep that standardized. And so in this chart, you can kind of, or this diagram, you can kind of see how the things that we'd apply in are going to influence the things that come out and make those more efficient, like the fair and the long-term data preservation. These are some examples of the schemas, and you can take a look at these. You can see the domain specific is where we kind of put some things in that we might not already have. And this might influence the other things that we're using too. Here's the same in terms of controlled vocabulary, and I'd encourage you all to take some looks at that. And we'll move into curation, which kind of is like the overarching aspect, and metadata would be one of those things. So one of the things we do is talk to the researcher, we do the cleanup, and then we are doing that collection and validation of the metadata for different aspects of discoverability. But you can kind of ask, what would change with the large scale processes where we're doing this as well. And so you can imagine that we're going to need to interface with the researcher a whole lot more. That it can be easy to say publish that in the kitchen sink and have a lot more storage used up than if we're able to clean it up. And so that process, we're going to need a lot more help. And we talked about the metadata considerations. So in thinking about the archive, I'm going to hand this over to Jerry, and he's going to talk about the AIP.
Yeah, so when we publish the datasets on the data repository, we create the archive of information package for each of the datasets. Besides the replication of the dataset files, we created the XML files, which stores the metadata information using different kinds of the schema that Reid introduced. So that's gonna be taking longer time to put everything in one XML file. So we're thinking about separating the different metadata schema datasets and put them in the same directory. Another way is we are trying to think about optimize the new version datasets XML metadata file. Yeah, next page, please.
And along with that, and external from the system, we're looking at our preservation process, and we use lots of copies to keep stuff safe. And so you might imagine a lot of copies can get very difficult. And so these are some things we're thinking about, and then the potential alternatives of, tape storage, what we use at Purdue, and also any sort of cloud service options. And thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you. I'm not sure if the folks on Zoom can hear me, so thank you. Bye, Zoom. I'm just gonna, oop, okay. Excuse me. That was probably very unpleasant. I apologize. Okay, so it is theoretically, don't get up yet, but it is lunchtime as soon as I'm done with this stuff. I have to make pre-lunch announcements. I know I am standing between you and lunch. Too bad. All right. Pre-lunch announcements. If you're giving a talk this afternoon, please come up to this podium during lunch to ensure that your talk is loaded or to load your talk to check the setup. And also remember, no speaker notes. So you'll figure that out. I'm sure y'all are great. Also, now is a great time to sign up for a lightning talk, which are in the lobby. It's just a breakout session. If that is up yet, I'm not sure if it is because they're not till tomorrow, I don't think. Important notes, this building will remain open and unsecured during your lunch break. So please bring your stuff. I don't want anyone losing a laptop. Lunch will be served at Prospect House, about a quarter milk walk is what it says. I believe it means a quarter-mile walk. The most direct path is to exit into the courtyard, turn right on Shapiro Walk, cross Washington Road, turn right into the quad, and cross it diagonally. Then exit the quad between the architecture and music buildings. There's a Lincoln Slack. Prospect House will be on your left. Lightning Talk signups. Just follow someone from Princeton and you'll end up there. Lightning Talk signups are on the posts near the For Science. No, they're on the other side by the exit. It says that forums are up both for this afternoon and tomorrow. If that is true, I'm not sure. Maybe it is. They may have done it. Okay, today's are by the For Science sponsor table, and tomorrow's are at the post next to the registration desk. What is a lightning talk, you may ask? Talk about whatever you want for 5 minutes. We're not picky. Slides are encouraged, but optional. We encourage you to throw together a harried talk about whatever is interesting to you at the moment. Have fun with it. Hopefully Pokemon will be involved. Please don't plan on accessing speaker notes for lightning talks or any talks, as it turns out. There you go. Anyway, it's lunchtime. Get out of here. Oh, yes, come back. Our thing starts at 1:15, and Heather will be our MC. 1:15 here. Be early or on time, and don't be late, and all that cool stuff.
Which is somewhere in something.
That was in the note before you got the presenter email?
On the lightning talk.
Your lightning talks, okay.
So, didn't get a presenter email.
Okay, let's see here. The tricky part is I would have expected it to be up here somewhere. Oh, but that doesn't actually
Oh, it's not actually attached to anything.
Oh,
That would
well,
explain
then.
that. That's all HDMI. Okay, that is the wrong end of a thing.
Can you Slack message it to me?
Sure.
Okay, because then I can...
Sure, can do that. Thank you.
Okay. So a bunch of them, the presenters are already open in PowerPoint, but others are not necessarily, but they're all going to be in that presentation file.
Okay. And this says I should have it on the community support volunteer
You should be showing
schedule display.
Yes.
Okay. Awesome.
Boom. All right. Okay, and I'll like wave my arms frantically if somebody wants to do the Zoom presentation, like the lightning talk on Zoom. So far, no one has said it. There's somebody who says they might want to do it tomorrow.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, if you see me waving my arms frantically.
Yeah, and last I looked, it looks like they haven't been dropped in yet.
Yeah,
But,
a bunch of people came up and loaded slides here.
Awesome.
So
I know last I looked there were 2 spots, and we had a canceled session, so we do have some extra time, so we could probably add.
Right. Yeah. Who's first in lightning talks? Do you know?
She's not put it on there yet.
Okay. All right.
That's supposed to happen.
Okay.
/ someone, I assume, will run and grab the list after the announcements.
Yeah.
But Kathy was going to drop it in the document.
Okay. Well, I told folks that if anybody wants to do a lightning talk to let me know, and I'll send them the details to join. As Dre noted, it doesn't seem like the people on Zoom can hear us from here for some reason, so I've been just using the Zoom chat when I've had to tell them something, but your mileage may vary.
Okay.
And I'm running the Zoom, so like if someone wants to get admitted, I'll take care of it.
Okay. Sounds good. I will not worry about anything related to that. All right. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Give you a moment to take your seats. We're going to get started. All right. Time to go. Oh, thanks. Great. Hi, everybody. I'm Heather Gerklein, and I will be shepherding us through the rest of the day. For folks who haven't found a seat yet, we've got some down here in the front. We've got some, I see some on each side. Everybody's friendly, so please feel free to sort of find your way over to a seat. So, first up on our agenda is some post-lunch calisthenics. So you can participate in this if you choose, if you'd like to stand or if you'd like to stretch your arms. We're just going to get a sense of who is with us today. So if this is your very first Code4Lib conference, if you could stand or stretch or otherwise so indicate. Oh, look at that! That's fantastic. Welcome, everyone. All right. Same now if this is your second time at the conference. Oh, yeah. Second time. Awesome. All right. How about if this is your third time at the conference? Nice. All right. And finally, if you have been to 4 or more Code4Lib, you want to do it. All right. Yeah. Wonderful. Okay, so your community support volunteers for the afternoon are Natasha Allen and Anne Marie Mesco until 3 p.m. And then Bobby Fox